timing is impeccable. I'll wait for you to finish chewing before I go, hello, Gail Lords, and the chewing, drinking maestro is...
John Brownstone.
Of Loving BDSM. Usually we help kinksters like you have happy, healthy power exchange relationships. We're doing a special live stream on a Saturday, both to celebrate International BDSM Day and just to celebrate y'all, our subscribers. Hi, we love you, we like you. What was I going with there?
I have no idea.
Sober, that's the scary part. No makeup, because it's my day off and I don't have to. No bra, same reason.
I'm not wearing a bra either.
You're a solid A cup. You could wear the cute bras. He could. I want to say hello to everybody who's here. Hi, Sharon. Hi, Junie. Hi, Mr. Spock. Hi, Rara. I'm going down this. Hi, Lynn. Hi, Eva. Hi, Missy. Hi, Silent Wing. Hi, X. Hi, Mark. I'm going down the list. Yeah, so
you forgot the most important thing.
What?
Happy BDSM Day, everybody.
At the top.
Did you?
Yes.
Where was I? I wasn't here.
Chewing. He was chewing. Selling. It's okay. It's okay. Skip the ad. It's probably a crappy ad. Our luck is that only the crappy ads get served ahead of any of our content. So here's the thing. We are definitely eating our snacks like we promised in our Friday night live stream. There are... Okay, it's off-brand Ruffles. It's the Publix version, but it's the chip with...
Ridges.
Come on. There we go. See. We have dip. We have pretzel sticks. You're being like a remotely not healthy, let's not pretend that, but mature, responsible adult with water, and I've got caffeine-free Diet Coke and several more in the fridge. Thank you very much. We will do our best to not smack our lips, chew with our mouth open. I don't promise not to double dip. We're family. We've already swapped all of the body fluids.
Yeah.
It's okay if we double dip in our own dip. I did move the mic away back a little bit, so hopefully our chewing won't be too loud. But they are crunchy chips, so there's going to be a crunch. Hi, CDC. Hi, V.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Crow.
Glad you could all join us tonight.
Congrats, V, on that upcoming
Yes.
surgery. And Silent Wing, it's okay if you're not here all night. We hope to be here all night ourselves. I don't trust our internet. Ooh, risotto. I want to come to your house, Rara.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it's been a long time since I've had risotto.
Yeah, same. And I actually learned, I'm sure it's not the authentic way, but I learned a way to make risotto from Rachel Ray back when she was still doing her show on Food Network of 30-minute meals, and it came out really good, but I haven't made that in 10 or 12 years. So, hi, Chicky Mag. So here's the problem with eating while we stream. Once you put the food in your mouth, you can't speak until you've chewed it.
True.
So we're going to have to time this, or it's just going to be a stream of us eating and y'all staring at us while we do it. Okay, thanks, Lynn. Hi, Northern Sir, if you can hear us. Okay. So, it is just a regular, hangout.
Yeah.
We are happy to answer questions, and you'll hear me repeat that if you end up being here long term, because people come and people go, and they don't always know. If you want to ask us a question, though, do the @LovingBDSM so it actually shows up in the live chat, because it all starts to run together after a while, and it's hard to see stuff. Eva, we have ranch dip like we told ourselves we would, and I got a packet of the Hidden Valley Ranch herb mixture and popped it in with some sour cream. Ta-da! Dip. And I did it early so it would sit and get happy. I learned that both from my dad when he cooked when I was a kid, and also every Food Network show I've ever watched. You do it early, it gets happy. Cheeky Meg, it feels like you haven't been here in forever, but I know that's because time zones suck. Hi, Dustin. Hi, Adriana. Hi, Ian. Fried chicken. I am always here for fried chicken. Always, always.
Well, the dip definitely got happy.
Yes. I was tempted to throw in a little mayonnaise to kind of give it a little extra oomph, but then I didn't, and now I kind of wish I had. Oh, Mr. Spock, you're right. I saw that in the chat. Yes, I saw you say that International Self-Care Day, which me walking around with no bra, no makeup, and eating chips and dip feels like self-care. Also, I did my nails. I waxed my eyebrows. I did something else. It all felt like self-care, even though it also felt like work.
Well, I guess my self-care was I lay down on the sofa to read a book.
And then fell asleep.
Which is code for taking a nap.
Yeah, you fell asleep. And I just left you there.
Yeah.
I wandered into the bedroom to do all my stuff.
And I was like, what, 2.5 hours doing yard work this
You
morning?
were. Oh my God. And here's what I feel bad about, because I'm like, oh, look at him out there doing yard work. That really sucks for him, as I don't go outside at all. Just don't.
Now, I will say, folks, I this goes without saying. I mean, she did take care of me. There was a point I stopped and walked into the garage, and there on the workbench, bright and shiny, was an ice-cold cup of coffee.
I know, I was very paranoid you weren't going to see it. I just saw a question. Ian says, I've got a new 60-foot length of jute Shibari rope. How do you make it less itchy?
There's a couple ways to do that. What you need to do, you need to take the rope and kind of pull it tight and work down with a lighter. Now, you don't want to hold the flame close. You just want to burn some of those edges off.
Because that's what makes it rough?
Part of it.
Oh, okay.
So once you burn the edges off, then you want to oil the rope. And what to use is, there's as many different choices as there are types of rope, per se. I know one of the people back at the Phoenix Club, they used to use jojoba oil and oil the rope. And as you oil it, it makes the rope more supple and takes that scratchy, itchy out. Now, some people like that scratchiness. You know, it's got that, for the folks that like that masochistic type rope, they get that
extra
sensation from it.
Sure.
But if you don't, by burning the ends off, you have to be careful. You don't want to burn through the rope. Just real quick passes with a lighter, and then oil the rope.
And ta-da!
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Hope that helps. Yeah, no, we did not do any Dean's French onion dip. We just did ranch. I considered French onion dip, and then I was like, if it's here, then we'll just eat it. All in one night.
I like French onion dip. Good stuff.
The next time, we can get that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love when the lawn is mowed and beautiful. I just don't want to be the one doing it. Never, ever.
Mm-hmm.
So, hey, Lavender. What else is going on? Oh, Lola she's trying to take a nap. She's trying to sleep off her misery as she watches us eat potato chips and pretzel sticks, and we're not giving her any. But she is right by me.
That's okay, folks. Because I'm not able to take her for WALK tonight.
Yeah, don't say the word.
No. Because I can't do that because of the stream, she's got a very special treat coming her way. Friday, I was out running errands. Went to the dump. Went to Rural King. Went to Goodwill.
King. You were very busy.
And then stopped with the youngest to get a bite to eat. But while I was at Rural King, I picked up several knuckle bones for Lola.
They're big.
Yep. So once, probably about a half hour or so, once the sun kind of settles down a little bit, I'm gonna let her in the backyard with one of those knuckle bones, and she will be in doggy heaven.
Yep.
So she is not forgotten.
She is not. No. Yeah. We started a conversation about mowing our lawn in the chat.
Yeah.
Right now during the summer we have to do it at least once a week.
Every week. Without fail, yeah.
But we could probably sometimes get away with doing it a little bit sooner than that. when the rain
with all the rain we've been having this year. Yeah, the week before last when I mowed it, it had grown so much. I actually had to raise the deck up on the mower, cut it, and then lower it back down to the normal height because it had grown so thick with all the rain.
Yep.
So,
and all the neighbors are on different schedules for mowing our lawns, so it's like there's a height difference. Looks like a bar graph when you drive down the road.
Well, I noticed something. I'm you know, and this is my kind of observation on some things. Our neighbor, his wife has been away. Been almost 2.5, maybe 3 weeks now.
No, I gotta hope everything's okay.
Yeah. And he has not mowed the lawn since she left. Today, he mowed the lawn.
Okay.
I'm wondering if she's about ready to come home.
If we see her car tomorrow, we'll know. Hi, Ignixia.
Hi, Ignixia. Welcome. And I just wanted to tell you, I really did enjoy your cigar service workshop the other night. It was absolutely wonderful. A lot of great information there. I wish I could have stayed for the whole thing, but by 10 o'clock I was petering out. I was exhausted. And on your recommendation, I was at the cigar shop yesterday, and I looked for it, and I found a Sweet Jane. I've yet to try it, but I have it. I'm going to give it a try.
Junie, supposedly we do get paid if you watch the ads. If it's a skippable ad, you only have to be watching like a few seconds after the skip ads thing comes up. So don't. I know a lot of 5-minute ads get thrown up against, so don't watch all that. Just don't. It's okay. I did learn, weirdly enough, on YouTube, if you get AdSense, you actually make more from people who pay the YouTube subscription, because then they don't get ads. You get everybody they watch gets some sort of like minute percentage of what they pay, and you actually make more money off of YouTube subscribers who do that versus people who watch ads. I had no idea. I've heard 4 or 5 other YouTubers say it lately. I was like, what? Okay. We had such a it was so pretty when we bought the house, the lawn, that we were like, okay, we have to commit to keeping it this beautiful.
Yeah.
But I can kind of tell.
And by we, she means me.
Right. I'm not going outside. You don't let me near spinning blades to begin with. Right. I can't sand the grass the way I can sand wood. So what am I going to do other than stand out there and get hot and sweaty with you? Nothing. So I do things inside. I made you boiled eggs for the week ahead.
You did.
I cleaned the
kitchen. Which I was very grateful for that. Both of those things.
I made you coffee. See, I did my part. We all have our part to play. That was my part. Oh. We have a teenage driver now. He passed his driver's test yesterday. He then, got to go out last night and go to a friend's house. And he's now under strict rules to text me when he gets there and when he's leaving. Because I'm a nervous wreck. But we do have a driver in the house. So that happened.
Yeah. So last night he went out solo for the first time.
Oh my God, I was a nervous wreck. I was a nervous wreck while he took his test. And then the things it was not a perfect score on his driver's test, but the places he got dinged were all on lack of precision. Like, he stopped at the stop sign, but he should have pulled forward more or less. I can't remember. He, much like his mother, struggled with backing up, but he still does a better job backing up than I do. So it was really small things, but it was fine. He ended up passing. He and I had a bunch of errands to run after that, so I let him drive me around town, including down some of the busiest parts of town where I don't even like driving, and I let him do it because he needs to know how to do it. And then last night, he goes out driving. It's both raining and dark, and I was like, okay, just throw him to the wolves. This is fine. Sink or swim, kids. Sink or swim. As my hair has gone grayer in the process. Yeah,
Dustin and Miss Spot logged into the auto insurance app and let them know that he was now a driver on the car. And we watched our insurance bill Double.
Double.
In 60 seconds.
In all fairness to Geico, when I put him in as having a learner's permit, they told me, they were like, when you set him to be an active driver with an active license, this is what your premium will be. And I was like, fair.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah, Kim, right. I know, I was telling him, I'm like, congrats to you, but also, I feel like this sucks. Like, it's exciting. Next Monday, so we're down, you and I, JB and I, we're technically down to one car, which means that there will be times he won't get to take the car because I might need it. Monday is a perfect example of that. He starts band camp next week, and he was going to drive himself to and from, and we want him to. But I need the car because you have plans, and you have your car. So...
I take the motorcycle, but I can't load lumber on the bike.
Right. So he doesn't get it Monday, but then for the rest of the week, he gets to drive himself to band camp at dark 30. Please don't make me do that. And bring himself home when they're done, like after 6 o'clock in the evening. So it's like, it's exciting, but also I'm terrified. So I've been eating my feelings since yesterday, and I'm just continuing with my chips and dip.
And I've been watching her eat her feelings.
I know I owe the 11-year-old a bag of Sun Chips. His grandma had bought some Sun Chips, but he had eaten some off, but he'd forgotten they were there, and I was like, oh, I need something crunchy. So I ate the rest of his Sun Chips, and all he found was the empty bag, and he just gave me a look. And I said, I'm eating my feelings. And he goes, well, in that case, I guess I'm okay with it. And I was like, I owe you some Sun Chips, which I'll have to go get milk in a couple days.
I would have shared some of the veggie straws with him. But he wanted Sun Chips. They're not Sun Chips, yeah.
Grandma bought him Sun Chips. Mom ate the Sun Chips. So. You know, reminds me of one of the things he lost. He did lose a couple points on. The guy said that you didn't look whichever way he was supposed to look on one of his turns or at a stop or something. He told me later, he's like, I wasn't arguing with that guy, but I totally looked, and I was like, you didn't move your head all the way because he doesn't need to. I was like, I moved it a little bit. I'm like, no.
Yeah, no, he's got a C movement.
So that might be similar to what happened to him, but yeah. I was such a wreck when I took my driver's test that I knew I had failed before we were halfway through. I don't know why that man did not have me pull off to the side of the road and let him drive us back. Got out of the car when we got back to the DMV, and I was crying because I was stressed, and I'd been so nervous for the test. I knew I had failed. I don't do well with failure. I don't know if y'all noticed that about me. And the dude still gave me my license. And all I could think was, this is why everybody in Alabama sucks as a driver. No offense to Alabamians out there. I was in college, and that's when I got my driver's license. And they let me drive a motor vehicle on the roads in Montgomery, Alabama, and I still don't know why. So,
Eva, we did family movie night early today.
Actually, we did it at the time we were supposed to do it.
Well, yeah.
We tried to do it early on purpose.
So we did it a little early on purpose, and so they've been fed. We
watched Doctor Who.
Doctor Who, a couple episodes of Doctor Who tonight. David Tennant and Martha.
And is it Blink or Don't Blink is the name of that episode?
It was Blink.
We watched Blink. Oh, so good.
And then Utopia, where the Master is revealed. And two very good episodes from that season.
And now we're going into that whole storyline of the Master basically taking over the world and Martha going all badass to help take the world back, and learning she needs to stop being all moony-eyed over the Doctor because he's not perfect, and she's badass on her own, and I can't wait. I think Sharon asked, we are eating ruffled chips and pretzel sticks with ranch dip. That's on the menu, and I have it's not even Diet Coke, it's Diet Soda. All Publix brand everything.
So,
Eva, I understand that reaction completely. I was worried that if the 16-year-old did not pass this first time, that he might have an adverse reaction. But he was much more relaxed and calm than I was going into all of it. So he said he was prepared to not pass. Then he was really cute because it's a 30-point scale. He passed with 21 points, which I did the math for him. I was like, that's like getting a 70. You made a C. You passed. He's like, well, I don't feel like they should have given me my license. I'm like, oh, are you not gonna you're not gonna drive now? He's like, well, no. I'm like, dude.
You could surrender it.
Dude, nobody is ever gonna ask what your score was. Like, you passed. Your parents are letting you drive. Take the win. Move on.
So maybe you can explain this.
Okay. Oh, then I should.
Cheeky Meg asked what Sun chips are.
It's a brand of chip. I think they're corn-based chips. They're kind of wavy. They come in all different flavors.
And they're square, aren't they?
They're square. I think they're kind of a baked kind of chip.
Mm-hmm.
Are they made by the Lay's brand? I think of them as their own brand of chip. And they're not made of potato, though. There's no way that's potato. So, if that's potato, something's wrong with my taste buds.
Oh, that's hilarious, Kim. I could imagine that would freak somebody out.
Yeah, I had forgotten how creepy the Weeping Angels could look.
Yes.
And we're watching it, and of course it's a bigger screen than the last time we watched it. I'm like, holy crap.
I mean, in terms of creepiness, for me, the Weeping Angels are right there on top, and then they're followed by the Silence.
Oh yeah, the Silence totally freaked me out. Oh my god. And now I'm chewing. Thank you, Selling. I knew they weren't potato. But that would make sense to me that actually does make sense that they're wheat because some of the packaging. Yeah, Cheeky Meg, that actually sounds like a Sun chip. So yeah, if they're called grain waves, it's probably exactly them.
Yeah, Dustin, Public sandwiches are good. That's I think they mostly use all boar's head.
I think so too.
Yeah.
I tried so hard when my mom was in town a week or so ago. When she comes into town, she doesn't have a Publix where she lives, so she likes to go to Publix, and she always wants to cook when she's here, and I don't mind. When she was like, let's go to Publix and get my ingredients. And we're trying to figure out what to do for dinner, and I kept going, well, we could just order Publix sandwiches. Publix sandwiches are good. I can order it all through the app. We could order a Publix. And nobody took me up on it. It was a tragedy. Let's see, what else? Hi, Lola. You're not getting a potato chip, baby. If I have watermelon, if I have broccoli, if I have carrots. I have none of those things, by the way. I would feed those to you. But you're not getting a potato chip, baby. You're just not. No, you're just not. Oh, my gosh. So, you witnessed it. I was woken up. It woke me up. This morning, I'm in a dead sleep, and I hear a sound like a woman screaming. But I realize even in my sleep haze, it's a cat yowling in a way I have never heard a cat yowl. I'm like, what? Like, it was distress, it was pain, it was something. I'm like, oh my God, what's going on? But since I heard you being kind of calm, I was like, okay, I'll go back to sleep.
Come on.
Would you like to tell? Oh no. You know where she's going. Would you like to tell everybody why one of the cats screamed like a girl, literally?
Yeah, okay. So I have this little morning routine. I get up in the morning and I make my cup of coffee and I sit and take a few sips of coffee just to kind of wake up a little bit. Meanwhile, the cats are milling around me. Then I let Lola out of her crate. At which point, I go and I sit, have a few more sips of coffee, and then my thing, which gets Lola wound up, ready to eat? You ready to eat? Ready for breakfast? And even the cats know when she...
I'm moving the food, y'all. You can't see this. Lola's trying to get in his lap.
You can't see. Lola's trying to get in my lap right now as I'm talking. So, at any rate, what that does is that creates a stampede for the kitchen. Cats and dogs alike. So they all truck into the kitchen, and I walk in there, Lola has her nose up Onyx's butt. Onyx did not consent to that. She screamed like she was being gutted.
Yeah. Yeah. It was a scream.
Yeah.
All
She let out a scream. I have never heard her in all the time we've had her.
I've never heard a cat make that noise
No.
before.
She screamed bloody murder. Ran into the bedroom. I laughed.
That's when I knew I could go back to sleep, because you laughed.
I had to laugh. It was funny as hell. All Lola wanted to do was sniff her butt in true dog fashion.
Everybody's been sniffing her butt. I
Yeah.
don't blame her.
Yeah.
It's like, look, all you little bitches got your nose up my junk. Turnabout's fair play.
See, part of the morning routine when I let Lola out of her crate, she comes out, she rolls over on her back, and she wants belly rubs.
Mm-hmm.
And I rub her belly. While I'm doing that, Ella comes up and sniffs her butt. You know. So,
Yep.
yeah, everybody sniffs her butt. She just wanted to return the favor, and Onyx wasn't having it.
Look, the fact that she was even curious enough to be sniffing anybody's butt and not chasing them across the house,
Yeah.
that's a sign of progress.
Right.
But yeah, Onyx has some strong boundaries.
Mm-hmm.
So we're just going to respect those boundaries.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Nobody's allowed to sniff Onyx's butt, apparently. Lord.
Yes, that is a serious hard limit of Onyx's.
Look, it's hard to draw a line in the sand, hold firm to a boundary.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Get it? Also, I'm learning that apparently, if people want to hear your voice more often during a stream, that you should just feed me. Because every time I think I have something to say, I pop a chip in my mouth and I'm like, oh, hell, I guess I gotta wait now.
See?
So, just a reminder for anybody who has joined us well after we started, we are happy to answer questions in this stream. Just kind of do the @LovingBDSM thing so it tags us so we can see it. Sometimes the live chat is really slow and then it like loads all at once and I'm like, fucking hell.
So
Exactly, Justin.
Yeah.
I believe she's kinky, but she just not
Not in that way, yeah.
No. Mm-mm. Which I do think it kind of just shows how kink can skew you after a while, because I don't think of anal as kinky. But I know people do, so I'm not saying anal isn't kinky. Like that, it's whatever is kinky to you is what's kinky. But like when I'm thinking about anal, I'm like, that doesn't that doesn't feel kinky to me. But yeah.
Yeah.
Kim, that's hilarious. That is hilarious. Is anything else been going on?
I got to take the motorcycle out Wednesday night.
Finally.
Yeah, we actually had a night without rain. And it was nice. Oh, it was so nice. We live in fairly close proximity to the Ocala National Forest. And from studying Google Maps, I found some roads that wind through some of the forest land. And it was so nice. The roads were dead. There was no traffic on them. And I was kind of able to open up the bike a little bit and just roll. And I actually hit some, because going through the forest in some areas and some lowland and water, actually hit some pockets of cool air.
Oh, wow.
Out there. It was really nice. It was really nice. It was late afternoon, early evening. You know, the sun wasn't high in the sky. It was really nice. I had a good time. And now it's got me anxious. I know we've still got at least another 2 months, but
Minimum.
yeah, kind of anxious for the cooler weather to come in fall now. Get out and do some serious riding.
Yep, and hopefully by then I can go back out with you.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You let me say it, then leave me hanging.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Anything else?
All right.
I mean, we were just streaming on Wednesday. Not a lot's happened since then. I desperately need a haircut. Desperately need a haircut.
I'll take care of it for you.
No.
Yeah.
I don't want a
No
buzz
one-
cut.
no
I want
one-
one of your haircuts.
No one wants to let me cut their hair.
Mm-mm. I like your haircut on you. And only on you.
Mm.
Yeah, I know school year's nearly started, which for some parts of the world, but certainly parts of the country will seem really, really early. School starts here. First day is August 10th. But I know school is like starting to ramp up because all of the automated calls from the schools are coming in. So I got a 3-minute voicemail from the principal of the middle school, which was good info. I was happy to get it. And a 2-minute message from the principal of the high school, and then like a 30-second message from like just the school board. I was like, Lord. And none of it, not one of it, is protocol. Tell us how you really feel now. Don't hold back. She's making her presence known. None of it is on what the COVID rules and precautions are going to be.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing. But I know about backpacks, and I know when orientation is, so...
Junie, that is actually... Junie is...
Sorry, somebody's making herself known.
Yeah.
Lola.
Junie, that is actually on my bucket list. I do want to do that. And Eva, as far as doing anything special for BDSM Day, I domed myself into doing yard work today.
That's how you got out there and did it, huh?
Yeah. Because I really didn't want to go out there this morning. I mean, I know we are not as hot as a lot of the country is right now, but it has been just miserable
We
hot
were
here.
cleaning out the car yesterday before we handed it over to the 16-year-old. And we were out there maybe 45 minutes?
Yeah.
We had taken the car to the car wash. We'd filled it up with gas for him. I was cleaning out the inside. You were, we found out from the driver's test that one of my brake lights was out.
Right.
Doing that kind of like, so when we were like, here, you can drive it, we know it's in as good condition as it's going to be. And we were, truly out there 45 minutes, and I was drenched. My shirt was actually wet. And we'd had a breeze. It'd been a little overcast. I was like, this sucks. Oh, my goodness.
Silent, that's her. Daddy has not taken me for a W-A-L-K. Oh!
This
goodness.
is Lola's live stream now.
Yeah, she's
We're-
taking over.
We're just the guests.
Yep.
She has become a lot more vocal, more even in the past couple of weeks than previously.
Yes. Yeah. It's kind of funny. Be careful what you wish for. Because in the beginning I was like, gee, you see all these pitties that they talk and stuff, and she doesn't say anything.
Oh, she just... Is the mic picking the... She was... We're just gonna let her go. Y'all don't need us anymore. It's the
Right.
Lola show now.
We will do that, Junie.
Anything else, ma'am? She's not even looking at us now.
Yeah.
She definitely wants a chip. She wants her WALK.
Yeah.
She's gonna get
Oh, she's
something amazing.
right.
At some point, it's after 7
It's
now.
after 7. Yeah.
What was it yesterday or the day before? She got super talkative for several minutes. Like, I think it was yesterday. I was sitting on the couch after doing the driver's test thing. I was like emotionally hungover. I went, screw it, I'm not working today. So I'm sitting on the couch. She's on my lap. She looks out the window. There's nothing out there. There's nobody walking. There's no cars. There's no cats. There's nothing. She looks out the window and does that loud for several minutes. I'm like, what is it, Lassie? Is Timmy down the well again? And he's a fucking idiot? And then she stopped and she didn't have anything else to say.
All right, let me go get her. Maybe that will console her.
CDC, so far, knock on wood, she does not know how to open doors.
Yeah, right? No.
Thank God.
Well, thankfully, we have the turn knobs. I know some people have the push. We don't have those, so no. No.
Her ears are just up, like, she's like, there's movement. I know there's something going on. Lola is now staring at the window between the office and the kitchen, because you can hear everything through it because the fan has the window open. She knows there's noise going on in the kitchen. She has run to the door, the office door, which would lead into the kitchen as well. She's waiting there. Do you want to show them this massive ass bone?
I'm going to show them the snack.
Oh, she's so happy.
Yes,
She's
she
so
is.
happy.
Sit. Sit.
Oh, she's such a good girl.
This is her snack.
So she don't need a damn potato chip.
Right. Come on.
Now she's going out in the backyard.
Come on. Whoop.
Hi, Mrs. Teapot. Basically, Meg, that's her song. Kim, one of my close friends has at one point had 2 Dobermans. I think she's down to just 1 now. And I believe that of a Doberman, because her Dobies would, yeah, they basically ran the house. They actually were very well behaved, but still. I'm very grateful, knock on wood. I don't want to completely jinx us that we don't currently have any home maintenance things we have to do. I would be very stressed if that was the case. Missy, the way the camera's mounted, we wouldn't be able to. We can do it when we're streaming from my computer because that swivels differently, but not with this mounting. Plus, now she's outside, living her best Lola life, chewing on her bone.
Do you know, when I opened up the door, there was a lizard on the porch? She was distracted. She didn't take the bone because she started chasing the lizard.
Because she wants to be the lizard queen. She wants to be one with the lizard people. They have not accepted her yet as their queen, as they should. But she continues to try. What else? What else? What else? Yeah, nothing. Nothing much. We're doing back to school shopping. New backpack, new everything this year. New backpacks, lots of new clothes. Oh, so many new clothes. The supplies have gotten easier because both with middle school and high school, it's basically papers, pens, pencils, notebooks, and some binders. There's a couple little extra things for middle school, but not that much. Whereas in elementary school, it was like 3 boxes of crayons and 5 boxes of markers and 25 pencils exactly, not one more, not one less. And so, yeah, that'll be I think a little easier to do.
All right, Ignacia, thanks for stopping by.
Have a good class.
Have a good class.
So, we were debating this before we came in here. And I know this won't mean much to anybody who is not a Doctor Who fan, so apologies. You can tune us out. This is a bathroom break for you. Of the Masters that have been in the Doctor Who series, how would you rank them? Who's your favorite? My favorite's Missy. My favorite has always been Missy. I don't have any knowledge of pre-Christopher Eccleston Doctor Who, though. So I don't have an opinion on any of the Masters from the before times. Who's your favorite Master?
Missy as well.
Did you like the Master from the before times, too?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But Missy I found to be diabolical.
But she was also, in the end, a morally gray character.
Yes.
Because the Master is always, like, only evil, only an arch nemesis,
Right.
always bad. But Missy started to change, and she was never going to be good.
Mm-hmm.
But she was trying to have a moment of good. I won't say what happened. Spoilers, sweetie.
Yeah.
But before, she was her own undoing.
I can't think of the name that he uses in the one we're about to watch, where he tries to become the prime minister or whatever.
Yeah, the ruler of the world.
Yeah. I did not like him.
He grated on the nerves eventually.
he was a little grating. Not that the Master isn't cray-cray, but he came across as a little too crazy.
Maniacal. The new Master, who I know the actor's face and I do not know his name.
Yeah.
Before I realized he was the Master, I knew there was something up with him. Like, he was just too good to be true. I was like,
Mhm.
oh, okay, he's a cool dude. Well, I didn't know he was the Master at the time, but I was like, I like this character, wherever it's going. We realize he's the Master. He's still kind of okay, but then he goes maniacal. Maybe Missy just did maniacal better. I don't know. And I get why Missy could not continue, because then I get the thinking behind it. The Master has to go back to being maniacal, because is there a foil? Like,
Missy was maniacal, but she did it in a subtle way. Mm-hmm. Not in like a I'm off the wall crazy kind of way.
Sure. No, I liked her when she appeared to be pure evil, because she was gleeful about it in a way that didn't grate on me like her predecessor and her successor do. But then when it seemed like maybe she could change a little bit, like not like she would still be like that character that's going to do the most expedient, probably evil thing, but also maybe she could decide to do something different. She became really interesting to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hi, Quinn.
It almost like she was trying to redeem herself, but didn't quite know how.
I always read it as feeling a weird push or pull, or feeling kind of conflicted, like, wait, I know who I am, and I like making the Doctor miserable, and I like doing what I want to do, but also I feel like it would be a better decision to do something different, and being very confused by it and very torn. Like, I felt like we could see her being torn by it. Quinn, I agree.
That's a good way to put it, yes.
I agree. So for those who did not hear, we rated our creepiest villains in Doctor Who as the Weeping Angels and then the Silence. I'm totally with you on that.
Yeah.
Our favorite Master is Missy. Let me get the name right. This one is gonna be easy for people, because people just know who they like. Who's your favorite Doctor? I know, now, see, chewing, it's hard it's hard.
I would have to say David Tennant, followed close behind by Oh God, I can't even think of his name now.
Christopher Eccleston, Peter Capaldi, Matt Smith.
Capaldi.
I ended up referring to Capaldi's doctor as the rock star doctor.
Yeah.
Especially in that, I can't remember which episode it was, where he came out into the like arena of Viking times and he's playing the electric guitar and he has his sonic sunglasses.
Mm-hmm.
I have a hard time with a favorite because every doctor, including Jodie Whittaker's, wins me over with who they are, how their take on the doctor.
In their own unique way, yeah.
But the majority of my favorite episodes come from both David Tennant and Matt Smith. Even though, and Matt Smith is not my favorite doctor. There were times I was like, oh my God, he's going to need to calm the fuck down. I cannot handle this. But he had some really cool stories, and I liked Amy and Rory as, you know, his companions. And I liked their story, and I even kind of like how their story ended. I mean, it's kind of nice when a companion doesn't just, like, die or lose their memory or whatever. But, and I don't think Christopher Eccleston got enough time. I think he would have been, you know, one season to me is not enough to, like, fit yourself into whatever that is. And Capaldi, it took a full season of him before I liked him. Full season. I was like, I don't get him. I don't know. And I do like Jodie Whittaker. I feel like she's been kind of screwed over with weird storylines and some episodes that didn't make a lot of sense. And then COVID, like, just fucking everything up. But I like Jodie Whittaker. I know a lot of people don't. That's fine. I do. Oh. Yes, Quinn. That's exactly. That's exactly how I feel about it. Yeah, and where was it? Yes, I mean, yeah, it does help that David Tennant is very nice to look at.
Yeah.
Very nice to look at.
Give you that. Now, talking about episodes, I'm gonna say hands down, my all-time favorite episode is Vincent and the Doctor.
That, I would agree with. That is the episode that got me into being willing to watch Doctor Who. Michael, here we go. We're glad we could give you that. That episode, you got me to watch that episode, and I fell in love. And I was like, I have to watch this show. I didn't have any connection to any character and still cried my way through that episode because that was a deep episode anyway. And yeah, that was for me the one that started it all. And again, I don't have a singular favorite episode because in every Doctor there are things about it I like. I loved anything with River Song though. I loved that entire arc of River Song where she is going past and he's going forward and they're constantly crossing. Like, I really, really like that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, yeah. I never did get into watching Torchwood, Kim. Did you watch Torchwood?
Yes.
Did you like Torchwood?
In the beginning, yes.
Okay.
Towards the end, it kind of got a little weirdish.
Okay, since we're on the I'm going to move away from the Doctor Who subject eventually, but let's go through all the things. Favorite companion from Doctor Who? Or do you even have a favorite companion? Because if we can't pick a favorite Doctor or a favorite villain or a favorite episode, how can you pick a favorite companion? Do you have a favorite companion?
Donna.
Donna rubbed me the wrong way a lot of times, but by the time her arc came around, I really liked Amy and Rory. I liked Amy and Rory as the couple who figured out how strong their connection really was. I like the episode. I can't remember what the episode's called, but the one where a version of Amy gets left and ages for 36 years. For her, it's 36 years. For them, it's like 10 minutes or whatever. and the two Amy's have to like decide who's going to be the one to kind of continue on to save Rory. Oh, that episode got me. I always say Clara, but I know that's my American self coming out. Clara, which just feels weird to say. I liked her. I know a lot of people don't like her. I did. I liked the fact that she was like ready to go on these adventures in a way. Like there were times that she was like trying to get the doctor to resist his worst impulses, and then there were times she was like, "Let's go." And I even liked the Impossible Girl arc. I thought it was cool. I liked it. It made everything else make a little bit more sense once you knew that.
Mm-hmm.
I liked Bill. I don't think she got near enough time that she deserved. She didn't get fleshed out near enough. I thought she was a really cool character. The current set of companions, I like them as individuals, but I don't like the mush of them together.
Collectively?
Yeah, I'm not. And I know there's a new companion coming. I don't know. I did like Donna. Martha, I feel awful. Poor Martha. It was before we started watching the current, where we're at now, because we're rewatching with the kids.
Mm-hmm.
That I knew Martha was there, but like I'd forgotten so much about her. I felt awful. I feel like Martha's really forgettable, and I hate that because we're coming into her really cool storyline arc.
And Kim, yeah, that's what drew me to Torchwood as well, was Captain Jack being in it.
Kim, I'll say this. I do like the idea of more than one companion because I think they can then play off each other. Then you've got different types of personalities playing off the doctor. Certainly more adventures different kinds of adventures to go on. And V, I would certainly watch that doctor. I think would find a doctor entertaining for entertainment purposes. So, you know. Captain Jack, I don't want to spoil anything because I know not everybody, one, either watches the doctor, or two, if you do, you might just be joining into and don't know. But who Captain Jack becomes and where, like, who he really is, like at the end of time, like that, I still remember finding that out and being like, whoa, no way.
Well, again, I think Martha was one of those companions that if she had stayed another season or so, they really could have.
Well, here's the thing. Here's where I disagree with you. I think what I not dislike, because I never disliked her. What makes her so to me, because now that we're rewatching, is we all know Rose was in love with the damn doctor. We knew that from like episode 2. It was obvious. But Martha, they wrote Martha that way at the beginning, and it just made her kind of and it's when she became the badass who was having to like save the fucking planet. That was a cool person.
That was when she came in, yeah.
And I wish that for her early arc. I understand it. She had to be kind of like, oh, I'm so in love with the doctor, in order to have that change to, I don't fucking need you. I will always love you, but you got to go. Like, I get that. But that's the part, like, rewatching these earlier episodes, I'm like, oh, Martha, stop making eyes at him. He don't want you. Like, why are you jealous of a girl you'll never meet? Actually, she's met her a couple times, but you'll never meet. It'll never have any bearing on your time with, like, stop. That, probably of everything with Martha, that annoyed me the most.
Yeah, Captain Jack's character started in Doctor Who.
God, it was Christopher Eccleston. Was it the Are You My Mummy episode?
I believe so.
Who drops in on World War II?
Yes. Yeah.
Except Rose flirts with her. Yeah, I don't know what the word would be for being attracted to any and all species, regardless of gender, but we were watching the episode tonight where he comes back and into the show for a little bit, and he's flirting with a species that has very much an insect kind of appearance, and he's like totally enamored. And I look over at the kids and I'm like, that is the epitome of pansexual there. Like, it's not even about gender, it's about species. Captain Jack is our hero. Especially since every time Captain Jack was saying hi in a friendly manner to anybody in that particular episode, the doctor's over there going, hey, stop, like you're flirting. It's like, I'm just saying hello. And we're like, yeah, but we all know you're breathing in the direction of another human being. You're flirting. Omnisexual. Thank you, V. I did not know that word.
Okay.
I loved Loki so much, and I'm so glad it's getting another season.
I brought back. I need to freshen up my drink.
Diet, please. I love you. Thank you, Daddy. I have to say this about Loki. I'm going to try not to do any spoilers for anybody who hasn't had a chance to watch it yet. I get it if you haven't had, and you're like on the fence, you're not sure. Totally watch it. So fucking good. But I liked the closeness of Sylvie and Loki because I feel like they understood they were two sides of the same coin. I never felt that romance build. Like, I understand they were trying to like signal that there was chemistry and there was connection. I felt the connection. But the whole time, the 16-year-old's yelling at the TV while we're watching it every week, going, no, don't y'all get romantic. I'm like, that does not read romantic to me. And then towards the end of it, in an episode, they're kissing one another, and I'm like, I'm not feeling the romance of this. I absolutely felt their connection, and I thought that the intimacy that they kind of had, it wasn't sexual at all to me. It was just they understood each other on levels that nobody else would ever understand them because they were variants of one another. But I was like, couldn't this have just stayed platonic? Couldn't they have just had this connection and it not gone to the smoochy towards the end? Because that part didn't do it for me. Love the whole show. Can't wait to see it again for season 2. Could have done without that. And yes, Kim. No, Mrs. Teapot. Sorry. You and Kim are talking. Yes, the one with Eccleston. I tried when I was younger to watch the older episodes. I just never got into those, but the new ones definitely start there. Which then leads me into Marvel, because now we're on Loki. Does anybody who cares about Marvel have a favorite Marvel character? They can be considered a villain. I don't care. Who would be my favorite? Oh, I don't know if I can pick a favorite. I ask these impossible questions, and I don't know what my answer would be. I can't wait to see what they do with Wanda from WandaVision. Doctor Strange is okay, but I would never have rated him like as a favorite. Captain Marvel, I like her, but I want more movies with her before I decide. Captain America, that is America's ass. I was really pissed during Falcon and the Winter Soldier with the person that the government in that universe decided should be Captain America, because fuck that shit. Who is my favorite in Marvel? When I think I'm a straight person, I don't take offense. I think that's an accurate read, because yeah, I was over there going, can't they just be like really friends? Like, we get that they were writing the closeness and the connection so well in Loki. The kiss was completely unnecessary. We knew they were close. We knew they were connected. It was obvious. We didn't need a kiss. We have not gotten to see the movie Black Widow. We're very sad about it, but we're waiting for it to be available, not in theaters, since one of us is unvaccinated still. So we've not gotten to see it, and I'm doing my best to stay away from spoilers of Black Widow. The black version of Black Widow I saw in all of the movies, though, I like her, yes. And I cried like a baby when things went down the way they did, trying to be spoiler-free.
I think she's being forgiving for having that special treat out there.
Okay, I've moved on from Doctor Who.
Okay.
Because somebody brought up Loki and I was there and I went on my rant about how Loki and Sylvie did not need a kiss. That was some bullshit. Do you have a favorite Marvel character at all? I know, I'm struggling. I loved Black Panther.
Yeah.
I also loved Shuri in Black Panther. Like, I thought she was... Actually, I loved... I can't think of the person's name, but the head of T'Challa's guard. Can't think of her name. I can see her face in my head. I liked her too. She was badass.
Gosh,
I like Tom Holland's Spider-Man, but I don't have an affinity for Spider-Man. I'm like, Spider-Man. I like Tom Holland as Spider-Man, but beyond that, I mean, America's ass does make me happy. That Captain America makes me happy. I think Falcon as Captain America is going to be good too, but I hadn't gotten to see him with that for more than an episode.
I have to say, thinking about it, one of the best characters I liked, and he wasn't a big character. And I hope I don't... I'm going to mess up his name, something terrible.
It happens. It's okay.
Heimdall?
Heimdall.
Heimdall.
Am I saying that? Fuck. No, we're all saying it wrong. Idris Elba.
Yeah.
Look, Idris Elba in anything, I'm here for. I don't care. Was he the good guy? Is he the bad guy? Is he the morally gray guy? I'm here for him because he's Idris fucking Elba. I liked Thor after the first two movies. I liked Thor in Thor Ragnarok. I liked that version of Thor, and then in the Avengers movies. All the other Thor, no. Love Valkyrie. Robert Downey Jr. as Tony Stark, in my mind, nobody else will ever be able to be Tony Stark. I know in 20 years they'll be rebooting these because that's what we do around here. But he is Iron Man. He is Iron Man. Deadpool as a character is hilarious, irreverent.
Yeah.
I cannot watch the Deadpool movies. Not because I don't like Deadpool. I cannot handle all the blood and gore. I cannot handle, like, I spend half the movie looking away going, and then the other half going, is it safe? While trying to listen to the dialogue, because that's smart and funny. I can't do Deadpool. I want to, because it's smart and funny. Hulk, I wish they would make new Hulk movies with... Jesus Christ. I can't think of the actor's name.
Ed Norton?
No.
No.
God.
Oh.
That's the original one. Mark Ruffalo.
Ruffalo. Yes.
Because he is a good Hulk. I did not like Ed Norton as Hulk.
I think I would like to see more of the Professor Hulk.
Professor Hulk weirds me out. Like, I know it's a thing in the comics. Like, I get it. It's got basis. It weirds me out. And something about it. Like, let me see Smash Hulk. Or let me see, like, kind of weirded out, freaked out. Always, like he said, he's always angry. That's not the hard part of becoming Hulk. Let me see Mark Ruffalo. Let me see Banner.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
I have not been sold yet on Professor Hulk. I might. New movies will come out. Maybe I'll change my mind. But it would, Mr. Spock. It would. You know what I feel bad about? Ant-Man does not even come up on my radar. I love me some Paul. It's Paul Rudd, right? I mean, I know he doesn't age. I know. I know that much. The Ant-Man movies were okay. I don't remember the character's name anymore from Ant-Man, but it was Ant-Man's friend's character who was constantly recounting stories of things that were going down, and you got to see like the little. And this one time we did this. You know who I'm talking about? What was that character's name? Fuck. I have Google. Somebody will know.
Yeah.
Ant-Man characters. But I never. I mean, we watched Ant-Man. We watched the Marvel movies.
Oh, yeah.
Because we watched the Marvel movies.
I watched them and I enjoyed it, but yeah, it didn't.
What was the characters? Ah, okay.
To me, Ant-Man was kind of more like comic relief.
Yeah, and I think he's okay with that, quite frankly.
Yeah.
Why? It wasn't Carlos, was it? What was it? Louis? That character. I liked him in Ant-Man. Thank you! Thank you, Quinn. Thank you, Quinn. Yeah, I have such a shit memory for...
For who's who?
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Like, I see their face and I never remember their name. So, do I have a favorite? No. I don't love them all. Like, I could probably rank them, but I still don't know who would be number one. But, somebody would like to come in.
Someone's ready to come in.
Thor from Thor Ragnarok, that version of Thor, that was my favorite Thor. Thank you. Yes. So, you know it's funny, Quinn? I would have remembered the actor's name better than the character's name. Bless you, ma'am.
He's on tight.
Okay, so Marvel movies. The characters can't pick. Do you have a favorite Marvel movie? Do you have a favorite Marvel movie?
I actually liked, and I think you're probably not going to agree, but I don't care. I liked the first Thor. I liked how they brought him in and his whole character and everything. I did. I liked that.
And I'm definitely not saying it was a bad movie. It's just of the Thors we get to see. Guardians of the Galaxy. First one especially, but both were good. Is just a genuinely fun superhero action hero movie. I like Guardians of the Galaxy mostly for the music, I think. Like, I mean, in the
and then right behind that, oh God, I had it just a second ago, and now my mind went blank.
And I was chewing, so I could not be accused of having made you lose your train of thought.
Oh God.
Same.
Doctor
Strange?
Doctor Strange.
The movie was good, and I agree. I think Quinn you said it earlier, and anything with Benedict Cumberbatch, not mad at it at all. It's one of those where it was good, but it's not like one that I'm going to go to over and over again. Now, I am looking forward to the next Doctor Strange movie, especially now that we've, like, opened up the multiverse.
Yeah.
Thanks, Sylvie and Loki. And really, thanks, Sylvie. But I think there will be some interesting things because the next Doctor Strange is going to have Wanda in it, and I really want to see more from what the hell's going on with Wanda. Let's see. I love Thor Ragnarok. But you know what? Again, I love the music in it. The fact that on the big culminating fight scene, who is that? This music that they finally, like, allowed to be used in a movie.
Oh, Zeppelin.
Yeah, like, I can't hear that song on the classic rock station anymore without thinking about Thor Ragnarok.
I know, right? I know.
I'm trying to think. Yes, I like Black Panther. I already said that. I liked the first Iron Man, the best of the Iron Man movies. Haven't seen Black Widow, so I don't know where she ranks. Guardians of the Galaxy. Weirdly, I like Captain Marvel. I liked parts of the Captain Marvel movie, but I feel like that could have been better. I love the Captain America, all of the movies. Civil War was probably my favorite, though. I really like that one. Tiffany, yes, WandaVision is so good.
Mm-hmm.
I would totally rewatch that on binge. And I'm not much for binge watching anything. Can't sit still that long usually, but I would do that for WandaVision. That was a good show. Mm-hmm. Infinity War is a good movie, for sure. I think the hard part about Infinity War, Endgame, all that is that, like, I think it's probably a little bit difficult to drop in and go, okay, let's watch this one, if you like, and not have the context for some of it. Like, why are we fighting? Why do we care? I don't know. I mean, Thanos is a total badass. Yeah, Thanos could have been a lot more interesting though, because his method was obviously wrong and evil. We don't just wipe out half of all of creation. But also, he kind of had a point. I mean, look what nature did to itself several years on with half of all creation being gone. I mean, like, that would have been really cool to explore. He was still wrong. Okay, he's still the baddie. But, yeah. Kim, that's kind of disappointing. Okay, V, ask your sex question. I don't know if we can answer it, but we will try. Okay, Marvel. Of the bad guys, who's your favorite bad guy? Who was interesting or entertaining or something, by any criteria. And I will say this for Marvel, they don't always do a good bad guy. Some of them are quite forgettable. That is for sure. Quinn, I agree. Carol and Maria should have been an actual couple. That energy, it wasn't there, but it was there, and I could have gone with that. That would have made sense. I totally agree. Thanos is, because Thanos was a big baddie. Ego from Guardians of the Galaxy 2. Until he became like a caricature at the very, very end of the movie when they were fighting it out, and then I stopped liking him. Prior to that, he was really charismatic. You already kind of knew, like, wait, this guy's kind of shady. I don't know why, but he's totally shady.
I mean, I felt bad for Quinn at the end of that, because he so wanted
Quill.
Quinn.
Quinn is in the live
Okay.
Hi, Glenn.
I can't keep my characters and people straight.
I know.
I knew who I liked.
Okay, who do you like?
As far as bad guys.
Okay.
And I can't remember his name at all. Was in Guardians of the Galaxy. Was the blue guy.
Was he really a bad guy, though?
Well,
I mean, he was definitely morally gray.
he kind of was, but then in the end,
Right. So was he really
he kind of...
He traumatized Quill.
Yeah.
Yes. But he also protected him. He also kept him alive. I don't know. Morally gray. Morally gray. I'm confused because I can't remember. Is Venom a Marvel character that's not in the MCU, or is Venom a DC character that's not in the... Who out there knows? I guess I could Google it. I do have the power of the internet at my fingertips.
Yeah.
I like Venom, though.
Yondo. Thank you, Michael.
Yondu. I like Yondu. I mean, yeah, he did bad things. But also, he did good things. Like, with one single whistle, you take out all of the bad guys, because the arrow in your head can do that. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Venom. I like Venom. V, you have a very difficult decision to make, and there's no perfect answer. And the way I try to make difficult decisions is I make pro-con lists. Perfect world pros outweigh the cons, but when they don't, I go based on gut feeling. I use my intuition to make those kinds of decisions. There's no perfect, easy answer to any of that. Thank you, Michael. I don't know any of like all of the ins and outs. I know what I can remember from the movies, and that's all I know. But I like the new Venom movies. I don't like looking at them too close because the teeth and the slime is a little much, but I like the Venom. I like Venom movies. Yeah, if Tom Holland was not doing Spider-Man, I don't think I would watch. I mean, because we're on our 85th iteration of Spider-Man at this point.
Yeah.
Now, I did like the Spider-Man multiverse animated. Oh shit, I've forgotten the title. Somebody already said it up in the chat, and I've already forgotten it. I like that. That was good. That was just a good movie. We've watched that multiple times. Let's see, what else? I think that's all the things I'm curious about from Marvel. So let's move to DC. So, I liked the Wonder Woman movies, both of them, even though I know a lot of people did not like Wonder Woman 1984. I did not love Justice League. Let me back up. I did not love the original release of Justice League. I actually enjoyed the 4 fucking hours of the Zack Snyder release. But also, if the only way your damn movie makes sense is for it to be 4 hours, we've lost something there. There's something wrong.
Yeah.
I need you to go back to the script and fix that shit. So, I wanted to like the one with Jason Momoa.
Aquaman.
Thank you. But when you start making out in the middle of the battle with the love interest, you've lost me. Because why are you making out in the middle of the fucking battle? The battle that's underwater, by the way. Why are we making out? Like, I should not be distracted from the battle between good and evil because y'all are kissing. That annoyed me.
Yeah. Good night, Quinn.
I would say this. Until Disney started releasing Marvel shows, TV shows, my opinion was DC did the shows, the TV shows, fairly well. And I liked their shows better than I liked Marvel TV shows. And Marvel did the movies better than DC. Now, Marvel's got some really good fucking shows, though, and so I think Marvel's just winning right now. I don't know what the folks who are doing DC need to do to make this, to just, I don't know, maybe just go beg the Marvel people, could you just do this for us? I don't know.
Yeah, I think while I enjoyed the DC movies, I think...
Yeah, I had to see them as brain candy. Like, I couldn't... I'm not talking about them years later.
I mean, Wonder Woman was done very well. That they did justice
the baddie, the CGI on the baddie was kind of bullshit, but I liked the rest of it, yes.
Yeah. Now, the DC TV shows...
The CW?
The CW, love them. Love them. Love them.
Green Arrow and Flash are my favorite. Though.
Yes.
Those two are my favorite. I have never gotten into Spider-Man. The movies, the shows, I know there have been 85 iterations of Superman, this TV show. Never gotten into any of that. Just never did.
Well, just like there's how many iterations of Batman at this
And
point.
I don't get into Batman. Was it Michael Keaton's Batman? I think I remember kind of liking it. I was young.
Mm-hmm.
George Clooney. I mean, George Clooney's sexy in anything. Sure, put him in some like black bat gear. Sure. Quite frankly, I enjoyed the Batman movie from Lego more than any other Batman movie. If that tells you anything.
Right.
We watched Supergirl,
Uh-huh.
and it was okay.
Yeah.
It's just I like Flash better. I like Green Arrow better. I enjoyed Black Lightning. I really did. It just had and this is not a bad thing. It's not a critique of it. It does have a completely different vibe from all of the rest of the DC shows.
Yeah.
Complete different vibe. A good vibe, just, yeah. You could tell before they joined the universes from the multiverse stuff that those were completely different universes.
Yeah. And what was the other one? The one I started watching first. DC Legends. Legends of Tomorrow.
Yes, and they're still filming episodes. I don't know if they're coming to an end soon or what. We need to check Netflix and see if they've dropped some new episodes. I liked Legends of Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did like them too.
Mm-hmm.
And V, I agree with everything Mr. Spock is saying. It is absolutely a decision between, how confident are you about whether it would help, and would that be a big enough positive to your life to outweigh the negative from not doing it. Green Arrow started out a little slow for me, and then at the end it got a little, like as most shows do right before the end, it got a little bit like, really? I liked the multiverse stuff. That I did like. But in general, yeah, I really enjoyed it. Because there was a lot of moments where you're like, okay, Green Arrow is going to come out of this. And next thing you know, somebody close to him dies. And you're like, whoa, that was a gut punch. And then it's like all this turmoil. And I enjoyed that.
Hello, Path Girl, and thank you.
Let's see. Yeah. Okay, what other, what questions would you ask anybody about Star Trek? I can't ask those questions. I mean, I liked Star Trek Next Generation best because I watched that during my formative years. Dumb. Although, Will Wheaton's character back in the day, he annoyed me. Will Wheaton as a person, from what I've seen on social media and online, seems very lovely. Awkward, gawky teenager in Next Generation? No. I was not.
No?
I did not have a crush on Wesley Crusher. No, that's what I was trying to say.
Okay.
No chill, sorry.
Well, I guess favorite captain.
Jean-Luc
Star
Picard?
Trek.
What the fuck? Is there really a contest?
Janeway.
See, all I know is Next Generation. My answers will always be Jean-Luc Picard. Okay. Something memorable from like which was your favorite series? Because you've watched them all.
Yes.
Thank you, X. You were right. His mom was hot though. I don't know that actress's name, but she was hot. As was what was her name? The empath, the mind reader.
Deanna Troi.
Thank you. I knew it was Troy, but I was like, is that her first name or last name? She was cute. She was sexy. She was beautiful. Thank you, Mr. Spock. Clearly Picard. So, which was your favorite series?
And see, DS9, I had a hard time getting into DS9. I mean, I enjoyed it. I liked the characters. Like Odo and the whole thing with the Cardassians, but I couldn't get into it the way I did with series, I don't know. It for me, it is a complete toss-up between TNG and Voyager.
I never watched Voyager. I didn't care.
Okay.
I didn't care.
All right.
And I do love that the original Star Trek was groundbreaking and it was doing stuff on TV that nobody was doing.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, the way I understand it was basically the first of its kind on a lot of levels, but also, I can't watch it. I can't watch it. I can't watch it. I actually enjoyed the movies that came out in the 2000s. Those are actually really good. I don't know, did they follow canon? Were they accurate to... I don't know. But I know they were good. I liked them.
Mm-hmm. Now, of the movies, of the Star Trek movies, I have to say, I really liked the reboots.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I like. I never did get into any of the older movies from...
No,
I'm a reboot girl.
Yeah, Path Girl, I wanted to not like them.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
When they first came out, I really wanted to not like them. Because I was like, no, they're gonna tear this up. They're gonna trash it. It's gonna be horrible. And
Silent Wing.
yeah, you're right, Silent Wing. But yeah, I went into it not wanting to like the movies, and I wound up.
They're your go-to comfort movies.
Yeah.
When you don't feel good or you're like, just, you'll sit and watch those movies.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What else? I don't know enough about Star Trek to ask any fun questions. I'm a Jean-Luc Picard all the way. I enjoyed Picard the series. I really enjoyed Discovery. I really, really do enjoy that. Yeah, that's all I got. What else?
Yeah, Discovery has been very good.
Are we behind on it or are we caught up?
I think
We don't have the CBS app anymore to watch it like we were, right?
No, we
let that go?
No.
Oh.
Back when we had to change cards, there was a huge kerfuffle,
Okay.
and I couldn't get it back into the app
Okay.
and just let it lapse.
Okay.
And I figured by the time Discovery and Picard
Come back.
we'll just sign up and create a new account.
You sound like the kids. The 16-year-old, well before he was a 16-year-old, had a habit. Every time he forgot like a password or something, didn't remember his login, he would just create a new account. And he told me one of the places he was making new accounts on, some gaming thing. And I was like, those people don't have hundreds of millions of subscribers. They have like 5 kids who can't remember their damn passwords.
Yes, Paco, I saw the teasers for that Q is going to be back.
Oh, wow. Yeah, because I think they did like a sneak peek at some point. And I think Q was there.
Yeah, and that's, I agree with Bungie. I mean, Nimoy is Spock.
But little dude who played young Spock was a pretty good second. I can't think of his name. You know his name. I can't think of his name.
Zachary Quinto.
He's not Nimoy, because nobody is, but
Mm-hmm.
he did a pretty good young Spock.
He did.
Mm-hmm.
He did.
Mm-hmm. I can't think of the actor's name. There was an actor who, for like 5 minutes in Discovery, played Spock.
Mm-hmm.
Remember when they slung shot? He was... I would have taken Quinto.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Path Girl, I totally agree. Mm-hmm. We are getting caught up on Lucifer.
Yeah.
Even we are still in season
Season 3.
It is the season that won't fucking end. I'm like, oh, we're on... I think the next episode we need to watch is episode 16 of season 3, and the 16-year-old goes, there's 10 more episodes in this season. I'm like, God damn it! Lucifer is really good. I'm enjoying that show a lot. A lot. But I've watched enough ahead accidentally that I know something should be happening. I'm like, when is this going to happen? When are Chloe and Lucifer? When is that happening?
Yeah.
And he's like, I'm not telling you.
Well, Silent. The first time I became aware of Quinto as an actor, he was in a TV series called Heroes.
I
And
remember that.
and he played the bad guy in that movie, and he was so good. He had this intensity
He's got
about him with
those
that
eyes
that character, and I kind of he got on my radar from that.
You don't follow actors like that very often. Oh my god, damn, it just won't. I mean, it's not bad, but I'm like, can we wrap this up? We figure out how to kill Cain and move the fuck on. Can we figure out where Lucifer's devil face went and move the fuck on? I'm ready for the stuff I know is coming
to happen. Yeah.
But yeah, I do enjoy Lucifer a lot. What else is good that we've been watching? Well, we've mostly just been watching Lucifer.
Yeah.
Yeah, we kind of got done with all the other stuff. I know that Witcher is coming soon, but I don't think it's out yet. I don't think it's anywhere near out, but I know it's coming soon. The second season of The Witcher.
And Umbrella Academy.
I can't wait to watch Umbrella Academy. Yeah, because there are some serious questions now that they've like changed everything yet again. Oh, which show is NOS4A2?
Nosferatu.
Oh, okay.
Not your kind of show. I watched the first.
You know me so
I watched the first season. I loved it. And when AT&T changed their TV app, I lost access to the channel to watch it. And haven't been able to watch any of those shows. But I enjoyed Nosferatu. The first season, at least, anyway. Was a good show.
No, I have not seen Ozark. I think I've heard of it, though. I definitely haven't seen it. No, Path Girl, I have not, and I have read those books, and I want to own those books, and I don't know why we haven't watched it, but we have not watched it. But also, I love Outlander, and I still haven't seen that show either.
Yeah, I read all the Discovery of Witches books, and I loved them.
I think a couple of new ones have come out, or at least a new one since you and I read. Meg, you can lounge around, lace around. It's okay. We don't mind. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's good to know. KG says that the series does a good job of following the book series. That's nice.
Okay.
I like it when that. No.
Have a good one, Cheeky.
What else? I've run out of the end of my movie and TV
Okay.
knowledge.
I know I don't watch as much TV as I used to. And when I do, I find certain things that really grab me and just dive into it.
I think I'm kind of done with eating. My stomach hurts. Do you want me to take this away?
Yes, please.
Okay, we still have plenty of dip.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be able to eat dip. Get my head out there. There's our dip.
We'll be double dipping for a while.
Yeah, I'll double dip with you anytime, Daddy.
Woohoo!
Okay, I'm gonna try not to step on the dog, who is right now. Oh my God, girl, you're fearless. Just put your nose by the wheel.
Right.
Fine. Oh, my tummy hurts. I'm done. I don't want to eat anymore.
But I have really been enjoying Lucifer. That's been a great show. I resisted it for a long time. I heard a lot of people talking about the show, and then one day the oldest, he started watching it, and he was sitting in the living room, and I'm walking by, and kind of caught some of it and started watching. I was like, oh, this is kind of intriguing. He was already up on season 3 or 4 at that time, and then I started back at season 1 and just started working my way through. So and Kim, I haven't been doing as much of it right now, mainly because I've been trying to build up inventory on the paddles. And with it being summer here in Florida, by noontime, I'm pretty much out of the shop. It's just miserable hot by then, and so I haven't been doing a whole lot with the bowls, but I do have a bunch of wood that needs to be turned into bowls. So I will probably always turn bowls. That's my first love, right up there with turning pens. I made myself a pen the other day. I found myself using a oh geez, words are not coming to me tonight. For when I'm on the phone, so I don't have to use my finger. And so I made myself a combination pen like that. But yeah, just for right now, I haven't been doing much. But I've got a whole stack of wood, and I just watched a video with a guy doing a technique that really fascinated me. But I have to build a jig in order to do that. But we'll see. And come the next school year, with the oldest driving, might be able to send him to fetch his brother, so I won't have to stop working as early during the school year. So
Oh my God, my tummy is so full.
food, baby.
Oh God, I have a food baby.
Okay.
Did that stop me from eating a chocolate stuffed marshmallow? No, it did not.
You didn't bring me one?
That's not something you would eat here.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. But I eat it.
Mia, I've been playing with a prototype of something. Well, let me show it.
Yeah, well, we said we might do a show and tell.
Yeah.
Did you answer Mr. Swack's question about the bowl?
No. I didn't see it.
Did you ever get a chance to look and see if you had the thing for the shaving bowl you talked about?
Yes, I did. I don't, and I am looking to find the piece to get it ordered.
Okay, I was trying to follow what you just said. I was like, what?
Okay.
What?
Yeah, I do not have a piece of that here on hand, so I am looking to find
Gotcha.
the correct size piece
Yes,
to make
Silent
it
Wing,
happen.
they are the jumbo marshmallows like you buy in a bag, but they have a piece of milk chocolate in the inside of the marshmallow. The way my mom was using them, making them for the 11-year-old was graham cracker, marshmallow chocolate thing, graham cracker, pop it in the microwave for like 10 seconds, instant s'more. We don't have graham crackers here, so couldn't do that.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
So I know a number you remember me showing was about a week ago. The paddle I was playing with, and I cut the 8-point star, the 2 8-point stars.
The dangerous 8-point star.
And some people were terrified of it, and some people were intrigued by it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I got to thinking about it, and thinking about things as I do, and I played with it a little more.
Mm-hmm.
And this is very rough. Matter of fact, it just set up today, and I removed the glue and tape that I used to do this with. But I filled the stars with resin.
Red resin in that case.
Yep.
So yeah, super
That's-
super rough, and just a prototype version.
Right. This was just a play with it and see what it does and how it looks. But this week I got to take it out and do the sanding and polishing on it, see how it comes out finished, and see what happens with it. See what it does. I'm kind of intrigued by it because I think there's a number of different possibilities.
Oh sure, I think with and without resin in it.
Mm-hmm. 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 Yep. And yeah, I left this resin slightly translucent. It's a translucent red that I used, and just a touch of pearl white mica in there, just to kind of give it a little bit of depth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and actually when you hold it to the light, you can't see through it, but you can see the light coming through the resin, which is really cool.
So, yeah, I got to take it out and bring it out to the shop one day next week and sand it, buff it, and see what it comes out like. But
yeah, you can come at me now that the hole's filled in. You did one test tap, or a couple maybe, on your arm and
yeah,
drew blood.
It left marks.
It was not coming near my butt. But now that it's filled in, it don't come near my butt.
But some people like that.
I know, but I'm your tester, and I was just telling you. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It should have become a paddle that could be sold, and then the handle cracked in the process of being made, and so
Right.
it's like, well, we don't let it go to waste. We play
Then
with it.
I start experimenting with it.
So
So yeah.
yeah, you had talked about all kinds of different shapes, not just that starburst shape,
Right.
but
Hearts.
oh, for sure, hearts. For sure.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm trying to stretch. My stomach's like, no, too tight. No. My back's like, oh, stop slumping. My stomach's like, no, protect us. We're too full. Do I have regrets? No, I don't. Will I later?
Yeah.
Maybe. And just a reminder for anybody who's joined us later, this is a live stream where if you have questions, you're welcome to ask them. Hi, Jennifer. It has been a hot minute.
And
you've been missed.
Yeah, Silent, I have thought about that, playing with some glow-in-the-dark resin, because I think that would look pretty cool on some of these paddles like that, especially, like in a dungeon or, something where the light is dim to begin with.
Also, I think it would be really cool with different woods and the color offsetting the
wood.
the color of the wood. And
Yep.
yeah, it could be really cool. Hi, Deja.
Hey.
Thank you. We will take the 10 minutes we can get.
So, yeah, because you know, think of like the curly maple,
That's a really light
which
colored
is
wood.
a really light colored wood. You know, something like this would really stand out on it.
Yeah, do darker, bolder colors against that.
Yep.
Just like I can see some really light, like happy colors against this dark wood, and
Yeah.
yeah, for sure. We have not yet played with having anything appear to be floating in the resin, but it's possible. We need to play with that some more and actually figure out. Like we have some stuff that we could play with prototype pieces. Resin's just so damn expensive. It's hard to just play.
I know.
It's like shit. If we're making it, we better be able to sell it. But we need to.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's the one problem with the resin. It is so expensive that excuse me, it's not something you experiment with freely.
No. The nice thing is, though, you've got some resin that is not resin you typically use all the time. Certainly not resin we're necessarily using for products that we could probably at least play with.
Yeah.
So. But what else? I don't know. I got nothing.
I'll be right back.
Oh, you're gonna leave me here with nothing? I'll just sit in silence and stare at everybody?
But you're good at talking. You'll come up with something.
I'll come up with something because I, for whatever reason, will want to fill the silence. And V, would it be easier to have a floaty appearance with a thicker piece? Yes. It is possible, though, with thinner things. So
It can be done.
it can be done. I think if, in order for it to be visible and, like, have the floaty kind of look, it would have to be clear resin.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay. Pardon me, excuse me.
Oh gosh, he was trying to go through the office door and Lola decided she wanted to go first. Maybe she didn't trip him. X, I had to put the chips away. My stomach is very full now. Woohoo, Taishu, thank you. So, Junie. Yeah. The part of the thing is our prototypes end up like from a broken paddle where we wouldn't sell that because it just shattered on one part and he glued it back together, but and then we do have, I did think about we made a resin paddle prototype and it's a beautiful purple color. I love the color of it, but there's a nick on the side of the handle and we've got to go back and look. Was it the silicone mold that did it? Was it something about the way we poured? Maybe there was a pocket of air bubble that didn't pop like it should have. I don't know. And I'm always like, well, we could probably sell those as seconds, you know. So they're definitely basically selling them at our cost. So we don't really make money on them, but we're not sitting around with waste. We just haven't. Oh, thank you, Amy. So. Oh my gosh. I'm very full. The chips were delicious, the dip was delicious. Pretzels were delicious. I'd actually forgotten how much I liked pretzels. My mom, when she brought home the youngest from his stay with her over the summer, she brought home all the snacks that were only in her house because her grandchildren were there. And in that was like a big box of like the variety pack of chips or whatever. And the chips that nobody was eating were the pretzels, the rolled gold pretzels. And I was like, I haven't had pretzels in a while. And I ate them and I was like, oh my God, I forgot I love pretzels. And so those pretzel sticks I had just a little bit ago, they were delicious. And X, that is sometimes true and sometimes not true. Sometimes they won't run ads at all. And sometimes they will, and we may get paid for the ads they run, and then we may not. So like, and the reason I know that is I can set a long video or a stream to have, I do 2, no more than 3 ad breaks in a really long like stream or something after the fact. But even though those ad breaks are there, they may not show an ad against that ad break. And I think it's because I am directing it. So then ideally I would make, the AdSense would make money for us. So yeah, it's, sometimes even when there is an ad, we're not getting paid. And sometimes when there's supposed to be an ad, they won't show an ad at all because we're demonetized. Basically, YouTube does what the hell it wants to do. And I just smile and nod because that's what I do. So, Jenny, I know, right? He could throw them up on his vanilla shop and put some stuff up there. Yeah. Sweet potato french fries are delicious. I like sweet potato fries. So, what else? It is, X. It is completely arbitrary. And now, I haven't read any of the details, so I don't know enough about it. Now, apparently, Instagram is going to start supposedly paying some creators for ads run against their, for Reels, for IG video. I'm sure that'll be ads running, sort of like YouTube does. I don't know how the thing with Reels is going to work. And all I could think is, yeah, you're going to pay some people, but not all of us. So, whatever. Hi, Tomcat. Yep. Tasty, that is exactly it. That is exactly it. Yeah. Yeah, we I mean, the money would be nice, but clearly we don't do this on YouTube just for the money, because it's going to be like that on any platform. I can't actually buy an ad on Facebook. I can't connect Facebook tools with the kinkery because Facebook decided we were too much. We were too much. It's too adult. So, I can be on those platforms, but I can't take advantage of most of the tools that a platform provides. Twitter is probably the only one where I can basically use almost anything that they offer. But, Twitter requires an energy that I just don't want to invest. So... Oh, spicy dip. Yeah, something. Me and spice don't mix. Yeah, Tomcat, stupid Facebook is right. And weirdly, I mean, Instagram is owned by Facebook, but Instagram actually, we are able to do more things and get more visibility than Facebook allows us. So, whatever. I'll stick with Instagram. It's fine. I'm not mad. Yeah, Jenny, I had somebody mention, a lot of people think about OnlyFans because of that. I had somebody mention putting our content on OnlyFans, like you said, not because it's not, that it's not nudity, it's not porn, it's not some of what you find on OnlyFans, but because, then you don't have to worry about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But it's all stupid.
Yeah.
Dumb. It's fine. I'm not mad. It's fine. Yeah, I keep reading things about Twitch for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know how friendly they are to adult-themed creators. I know there are people there who, Amp and Evie and, but... So it's hard to go, sure, I'll go to this other platform and build from zero when you don't, the path is usually they let you on until they decide they don't want you there anymore and they want to go more mainstream, and then They either kick you off or they just make it impossible to be there, and it's like, I don't know. Lola, are you coming up? Are you coming up to say hi? You're too low down. Nobody can see you.
No.
Nobody can see you. So. Taste you. Enjoy yourself on International BDSM Day and scandalize everybody with your show. So. Yeah, Jenny, I think there are some weird games we could play with Facebook where we could probably get them to approve us, but they already disapproved us because the word kink is in our name. The kinkery.
Yeah.
They were like, we don't have any nudity on our website. We don't have anything graphic. We use, language to describe our product, but it's not like I run a sex blog where my tits and ass are all over it, and I'm like, no, these are light years apart from one another, and Facebook still goes, no, you cannot use our tools.
Well, Facebook was so stupid. When I tried the Facebook shop for my wood dom stuff, for my pens and different stuff.
Yeah, your vanilla shop.
They shut me down because at one point I had a cigar punch.
Mm-hmm. And that's smoking.
Yep. Then they shut me down for the bottle toppers.
Mm-hmm.
And then they shut me down because some of my pens contain made with metal.
Gunmetal.
Gunmetal.
It's more a color than it is.
Yeah.
But the word gun was there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Facebook.
So they just kept repeatedly flagging me and shutting me down for those things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I had seen the mature content thing because I'd gone to check out different streamers, and I was like, oh, and they were like, yeah, you have to click to say this is mature content.
Mm-hmm.
But I need to learn more about, okay, but what does that do to monetization? Because I know that YouTube could do a monetization plan for the not advertiser friendly, air quote on that, folks. I'm sure of it. I'm positive of it. They just choose not to, which I don't understand because there's so much money in sex. Like, why would you not want to get in on that? I do not understand. Make a fucking YouTube After Dark or whatever fucking stupid thing you want to call it, and let's be done. And like, put some sex toy ads up against my damn videos, and let's just all count our money. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Congrats,
fine.
V.
It's fine. I don't really want to go on a rant on a full tummy. That's uncomfortable. It's very uncomfortable.
A full tummy is making me sleepy now.
Yeah. And my other, this isn't about platforms, this is about folks. So I've got, we've been talking to different companies. They're like, we want to sponsor, we want to do this. We're like, hey, we're here for it. Let's talk, let's chat. And I had somebody who was like, I want to sponsor, and you can be an affiliate of ours, and that's how you'll get paid. And I was like, oh no, baby, that's not what we do here. No, we don't do that. I don't, no. Yeah, and, because technically here on YouTube, we could do the subscriber thing as well, the membership thing. And I was like, I'm happy with Patreon because then, Patreon's not great either. It's got an issue with adult content as well. But it's kind of generic in the sense of it, whereas, on Twitch, it would just be Twitch folks. And then I would feel a responsibility to be on Twitch specifically, which then I'm like, well, I would probably neglect Patreon folks. It's very complicated.
Mm-hmm.
There's almost too many options, because it's like, if we did the YouTube membership thing that we could do here, well, then I'd want to create content specific to that membership base, and that's extra videos or extra content. If we ever go to Twitch, we still haven't decided what, if anything, we would do there. So. Junie, we actually got outreach from somebody for Adam and Eve for the podcast, not the YouTube channel, and I was like, they haven't gotten back to us since the last little exchange, so I don't know what the hell's going on there, but I was like, I'm here to be sponsored by Adam and Eve in whatever capacity they would like to sponsor us. But yeah, and That's the other thing. Yes, exactly that, though. You can see an Adam and Eve ad, because it's a sponsored video, on YouTube. So, it's fine. We're a baby channel. I get it, we're very niche. We don't talk about all this fun, sexy topics that some other kinksters I've found on YouTube do. That's okay. It's fine. I like what we do here. It's fine. It's fine. So, no, I left it in JB's hands silently. So, you have to ask JB that question.
Well, silent. I've been playing a lot of Bee Swarm Simulator Roblox. And I am enjoying it. I'll always be a first-person shooter person. I love those games. But I find Roblox very relaxing and enjoyable. And I was like, that would be a good game for you to play.
Right.
And do the Twitch thing. He's like, what? I don't know. I don't think so.
That's not what I said at all. I started asking technical questions, and then you were like, oh, I don't have answers to those technical questions. I was like, oh, well, then I think we're at an impasse. Because we would not be able to play side by side. We'd have to be on our own computers. And I don't want you off camera and me on camera, or you on camera and me off camera. So then we're dealing with multiple cameras. And now I'm reading that as yippee-ki-yay. I know that's not what's being said, but that's where my head went. I want something that does not require a lot of actual focus and attention, because I'm going to get distracted, and I want to be able to be distracted. I want to go off on a tangent. I want to go off on a rant. I want to, whatever. I want it to not matter. I'm highly competitive, so I would make a thing where there's a goal or a challenge. I would make that competitive, and I want it to be relaxing. And I want to feel like it's not the end of the world when I'm bad at it, because I will be bad at it. But also I'm a perfectionist who thinks it's the end of the world when I make a mistake. So, it's a very fine line to walk, is all I'm saying. And you were in charge of tech.
You see what I'm dealing with here?
You were in charge of tech. So when you figure out how that's all going to work, I'm here for it. So, it may never happen is what I'm saying.
Challenge accepted.
I can't remember any of the tools or platforms that I've seen for this, but there are more and more coming out that are more sort of like live streaming, but for podcast audio, where you just get up there and you're talking live, but you're doing it all through audio. And I'm like, should I do that? But then I think back to these streams where I run out of things to say, and I'm not sure that would be scintillating for anybody. So, Kim, the sad thing about that, I've never actually done the Wii bowling or something. The kids had Wiis back in the day. We technically still have one. And I had a really good friend who loved to play on her Wii, and she did the bowling thing. I'm pretty sure I'd hurt myself. I know technically you can just flick your wrist. You don't have to move your whole...
Right. You can sit on the sofa and do it.
Right. But my bestie, used to work with her in Fort Walton. She's the one that showed me. She got her whole body into it, and then she injured her shoulder. I was like, yes, well, I know it is Silent Winged, but there's apps that make that easier, programs that make that easier to do. I don't have to go to a radio station. I don't know. Yay, thanks, me. We spent all that money on it. We still haven't used it.
Yeah.
That's very true, Silent Wing. Oh, family barbecue.
Ah, and fire pit.
I knew you were gonna. I was waiting for you to see that.
Yeah.
Fire makes me nervous, so.
Yeah, fire.
God. Oh my God. I love you so much. Yeah, there's a part of me that would like to do more stuff that's less writing and more audio based, maybe video based, maybe, but I don't know what the hell I'd say that I'm not already doing or saying. I mean, I guess I could try stream of consciousness speaking, but ooh, that might be too much for folks. It might just be a little too much. Something I'm gonna need somebody to buy that. That's not happening here, not now. So.
What?
Nothing.
Oh, okay.
We're boring. What else can we talk about? Just a reminder for anybody joining, you can ask BDSM questions during the stream. We're happy to answer those.
Yep.
So. What else? I changed my nail polish. I don't think I did a really good job polishing my nails this week, but I did change my nail polish up. It is purple with envy from Hollow Taco. No glitter, no sparkle. Yeah. I did that today. Waxed my eyebrows.
Well,
I think they're uneven, but whatever, I don't care.
Well, I nap.
Yeah. You deserve to nap. You did all that yard work. I wasn't doing it. So, I mean, if I do a GoFundMe, it ain't going to be for a Switch. No. So, what else? I got nothing. I haven't quilted in ages, which makes me feel bad.
No, you haven't. Last time
I
you had
actually done
that,
any piecing.
last time you had that out, you were just like cleaning it and changing the needle.
And I needed to, and I knew that was going to frustrate me because I'm still learning the mechanics of a damn sewing machine. So I was like, the only thing I'm doing is changing the needle and cleaning it out and changing the thread and winding some bobbins and prepping. Because the thing I'd done prior to that is I'd gotten all my fabric together for the next little quilt I want to make, and I'd actually like gotten it all together. Literally all I have to do is sew the pieces together. And I still haven't done that either. On whether there'll be Dom leadership style videos, I think so. I don't currently have any mapped out. I need to look at how the angle we would want to take for that.
Yeah.
Probably explore different leadership styles, but not rehash the different ones, but take a leadership style and dive into what that actually means.
And go full depth into it.
Yeah. I've got a lot of content planned out for the next 6 months. What I don't have planned out for the next 6 months is the big topics. I have those planned out, into September, I think.
Yes.
So, yeah, that's sort of on the list of things to do. So, yeah, Celandine is a beautiful color. I like the duochromes. I don't like the formula of this polish as much as I like the formula of the Hollow Taco just plain creme polishes, though. It was actually a little fiddly and hard to go on. It was kind of weird. So, let's see. I'm going through the live chat. Let's see. Hi, Shelby. You're right, the U.S. did declare the pandemic over.
Yeah.
So funny. I'm happy to continue isolating. We actually, while the youngest was at his grandmother's for several weeks, we allowed ourselves to go maskless because we're all vaccinated except for him. But once he came home, we mask up wherever we go. Oh my God, Jennifer, that sucks.
Ow.
I've got 2 cross-stitch projects going. I've done 7% of one of them. That's 7% of 250,000 stitches, though. So
Yeah.
I'll be 50 by the time I get that one done.
That's a big project.
Yeah, and then I've got a little one that I think I'm like done 2 or 3% already, but it's only 75,000 stitches. So All I care about with the Olympics is the same thing I always only care about in the Summer Olympics. I want to see the women's gymnastics. That's what I want to see. And I feel really bad because really all I want to see is Simone Biles. Like, I've been watching a lot of different gymnastics video things on YouTube, and I'm like, oh, these other people on the team, they look amazing. This is great. But I'm like, but really, can I just see some more Simone Biles? And I feel bad because I used to, like, not care who the top person was for the U.S. team. I just wanted to see the gymnastics, and I'm like, I really just want to see Simone Biles. So, thank you, Lanny.
Thank you.
That's very sweet. Yeah, so you know what? It was funny because I was kind of in denial about it. I was sort of like, I think I know the numbers, like, statewide were going up, but I also know we have a bunch of tourist spots, so our numbers were going to be high anyway. And then by chance, I came across a link in a news article from the Tampa Bay Times that let you see your vaccination rate by not just your county, but by your zip code. And I was like, let me go check my zip code. And then I checked all the surrounding zip codes, and our county is only at 40%, which I know is higher than some states are on average. But I was like, that's not at all high enough for being an area where lots of old people live. So it's not the kids in the county bringing that vaccination rate down. It's the adults too. And I was like, yeah, let's just mask up. Let's just protect ourselves. So is it tonight or tomorrow? See, and I couldn't figure out how I wanted to watch it. Like, was there an app? Is it on one of the services I already have? Like, just watch it on YouTube and watch the highlights. I don't know. So
I think Shelby wants to ask a question.
oh yeah, Shelby, go ahead, ask a question.
Ask away.
And a peacock one sounds beautiful, Jennifer. The one I'm working on that has 250,000 stitches is all browns. So much fucking brown. I'm almost done with brown.
Shelby?
Yes, many times. I can answer that one for you. Yes.
Yeah.
All the time.
Yeah, that has happened a lot. More times than not.
For anybody not watching the actual live chat, that's okay. If we're on the background, the question is, have you ever been in a situation where you were vetting someone and then they ghosted, got cold feet, backed out?
Yeah.
All the fucking time.
Yeah.
I always feel so bad for you, too. You actually stopped telling me about anybody for a while because you would start talking and then they'd be gone.
Yeah.
And you were like, well, there's nothing to fucking tell you about if they're gone.
Yeah. And, yeah, what it's kind of come down to, and I've figured out the reason for it, especially around here. There are a lot of people who like the fantasy of it, and when they actually have the real thing and face to face and are confronted with actually being involved with it,
and actually maybe even just meeting up.
Yeah. And then they're gone. And yeah, that has happened to me more times than I can shake a stick at.
You got really disheartened for a while. It happened so often.
Yeah.
Shelby asked a follow-up question.
Yeah,
How do you handle it emotionally?
I've gotten to the point. At first, it bothered me. It bothered me a lot.
I could tell.
And I know this is not going to sound great, but it has happened enough that I've kind of become immune to it.
Well, you kind of, I think you more expect it more than, like, you're surprised when it doesn't happen at this point.
Yeah. I've kind of swung the other way. When I actually do get to meet somebody, I'm more surprised than when not.
Yep.
But yeah, it's not easy, and I think part of the thing that I had to come to grips with, and is that I had to come to the realization it's not me.
Mm-hmm. It's nothing to do with you. It's all about them.
It's not me. I am up front with these people, what I'm looking for, what I want, and I keep open lines of communication, and I'm by no means perfect. I've made mistakes too, but I just had to come to the realization it's not about me.
Yeah, no, when that happens, I mean, is it possible? Could it be like, could somebody ghost because somebody was a total asshole? Of course it's possible, but when it's happening when you're in middle of a conversation, you think something is going somewhere, has the potential to go somewhere. Yeah, that's them going through something or confronting something that they don't want to or aren't ready to deal with. So,
I mean, there have been some that I broke off, and that was because came to find out, I'm very upfront with Kayla when I am talking with somebody. She knows what is going on, who I'm talking to. I have had some people approach me, excuse me, who, were looking for some kind of play and, some scenes to do. And, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to be at such and such Munch, and, I'll be happy to meet. Oh, no, I can't go there. My partner doesn't know anything about this.
Yeah, there's a lot of that, too. There's a lot of that.
And then I was just, nope, sorry, I can't. I'm not going to go there. So.
Yeah, I mean, you even for a while it was easier to do because of the plague, but for a while you even took a break. You were like, I'm not.
Yeah.
I think it was more that you weren't gonna pursue. Like if you saw somebody interesting, you'd be like, okay, they're interesting, and then just leave it alone.
Yeah.
And I think that makes sense. If you go through enough of it in a row, that's emotionally draining.
Yeah.
And so take a break from it, I do think that, as with any type of relationship, the right people will show up when you least expect it, when you're really not paying that much attention, when you weren't even necessarily thinking about it. Doesn't make it any less hard work, but but yeah, I think it makes sense. You can only go through so much of that kind of disappointment before you're like, okay, I'm fucking done, and you just give yourself permission to back off for a while. So
yeah, and that I did do that for a while. It sucks. It sucks, but I run into it more here than when lived in the Tampa Bay area.
Okay.
Excuse me, but I think it's partially. There's certain things that equate to that. In the Tampa Bay area, people are more open about their kink.
It feels that way anyway.
It feels that way. There's a lot of clubs. There's
a lot of munches.
A lot of munches. There's poly groups that openly meet in restaurants. There's kinky coffee socials. There's all that stuff. That does not, here in this area where we're at, far and few between without going to Orlando.
And then some in Gainesville, yeah.
Yeah.
And people are very concerned. I mean, people everywhere are concerned about privacy and anonymity.
Yeah.
Like, that's just a thing. But in areas where it feels like a smaller town and more people might know you, people are more hesitant to come out. People are more hesitant. When I say come out, I mean like come out and meet somebody,
Right.
and be visible. And so I think sometimes there's that going on. I
True.
also think that a lot of people start out thinking it's going to be a lark. It's going to be fantasy. They're going to like get their rocks off. And you are upfront and honest and communicate like a fucking adult. And you're like, okay, this is what I'm looking for. What are you looking for? And then I think it becomes too real for some people.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, I thought I was just playing. Never mind.
I mean,
recede into the background.
I came across a profile here on FET of somebody, and I wrote what I thought was a very nice introduction. I mean, I actually read a person's profile.
No, it makes you special and unique, like
And,
a fucking unicorn.
Never heard back.
Yeah.
Nothing. So, yeah, it happens. It's it is what it is. You know, it's not easy sometimes.
Yep. Let's see. I thought I saw another question come
Okay.
through. Musings of a Weirdo. Hello. We do take questions over email, but I tend to be really slow on
Yeah.
emails. Thank you, Mr. Spock, for talking about our Discord and Patreon.
Mm-hmm.
In our Patreon, I take those questions. I answer those questions faster.
Yeah.
Because I figure once you like help financially support me, I'll answer your question as fast as I can. But if you can't do that, that's okay. If you email, it just is sometimes a while before I email back. But I
Yeah.
always eventually email back. We haven't quite, knock on wood, thank goodness, we haven't gotten to a point where I can't answer an email. I just always can't answer it quickly.
Mm-hmm.
So, Amy, feel free. Go
Yep.
ahead. Ask away. Let's see. I'm looking at other questions. Da, 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 da. Is that Northern Sir? But going by the... Is that you, Northern Sir?
You mean Andre?
Yeah.
No,
Is that Andre Northern Sir?
I don't think so.
Or is that Bryn? Oh my god, I can't remember all the screen names. Hello,
I think
Andre.
Bryn.
Is it Bryn this Northern Sir? I can't keep up. Hi, Andre. I'll just say that because I'm
Hey,
like,
Andre,
wait,
good to see you.
I'm so confused. This is so. I already have a problem remembering names. I am that person. You will tell me your name when we meet face to face, and I have forgotten it 30 seconds before you even finish saying it. I'll never forget your face, though, right? So now we're in the online world where, depending on the platform you have, you will have a different screen name, and I don't always remember them, and I feel awful. I feel awful. I would say my personal opinion is the DS conversation should not be in code. It should be very clear, very explicit. Thank you, Master. Sorry, Andre.
Yeah.
Sorry. I get confused. I'm not. blame it on my food, baby.
Yeah.
So I can go ahead and say that part, Amy. So open conversation about BDSM, I think, starts pretty bluntly. I would like to talk to you about insert the thing.
Yeah.
BDSM,
I mean,
dominance, submission, power exchange, whatever word you want to use.
We talk in code
around others.
Around others and the kids.
And it's the only time we talk in code. When we're talking to each other, we say the words we mean. So how do you open up a conversation? You, in whatever format y'all usually speak, whether that's text and email or it's voice and in person, you say, I would really like to talk to you about, and then whatever that thing is, that's about. If you are not comfortable with that kind of direct communication, it's going to be difficult. It's not easy to do until you get used to it. I would also go in with the expectation that you might not get to talk about it right then, so you kind of say, can we set a time to talk about blah, whatever blah is. I am a big fan of, my impatient side is not. But my want to say all the things and have time to think things through side likes having a set time where I know this is what we're going to sit and talk about at this time. Maybe it's later that day, maybe it's another day, it doesn't matter. But you just say the words. You say it the way you would say to me. I don't think we speak very clearly about our DS to one another, and I think that's a problem. Literally take that sentence and address it to that person exactly the same way you said it to me.
Yeah.
That is, you're clear. You're clear to me. So that should be clear to them. Now, their reaction then becomes telling. Do they put you off and they don't want to talk about it? That's not a good sign. Are they ready to embrace it and go, okay, this, maybe they'll even be honest with you and go, this is difficult for me, but yeah, this is important. Let's do this. And then you get more information based on their reaction. So. Yeah,
it's tough, and, you know, but being direct about it really is the best thing.
Yeah. I mean, are there people out there living their power exchange life only speaking in code? I'm sure they are. I am highly skeptical of that working long term. Code in front of other people, absolutely. If you're trying to like stay under the radar, of course. With one another, clear, direct, say what you mean. It's going to be imperfect language at first because you're going to have to figure it out, but just use the words. And then my thing, especially in a power exchange situation, is I try to be very careful of the tone I use. Some of that, one, I fail often, but two, some of that is my own like baggage from childhood or whatever. But if I can be direct without being perceived as rude, you get better reception than if you're like, I don't know, it all depends on how the other person relates to you. But yeah, just say the words.
Mm-hmm.
Just say the words. And if you aren't sure what words to say, write them down first.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have to show anybody what you write unless that works for you. Write them down first and kind of go, okay, what is this thing I want to say? And get it right in your head before you share it with the other person.
Mm-hmm.
So. And see, to me, Junie, you're Junie. So, and thank you, Christy. Thank you, everybody, for being like, no, Andre is Andre. Let Andre be Andre.
Yeah.
Stop calling him
Right.
something else. I'm sorry. Sorry. But. Oh, if I hear my legal name, I'm like, who are they talking to?
Yeah.
Have a family here for a weekend. I was like, oh yeah. And then when you had to refer to me by that name, I was
It
like,
felt weird saying that
I kept
name.
having to call you John, and I was like, and I knew if I said JB, if they either wouldn't understand at all, which I would be like, oh fuck, or my bigger fear is that they would understand, which means they're paying way more attention to what I do online than I want to think about. It's very,
So, Andre, I have been to a couple Munches now.
I'm fine if I never go to another in-person Munch.
So I was so happy when I went to the first Munch a little while back and was able to sit around with other people and get hugs and yep.
Look, my close friends, like people I'm like friends with, I'm happy to. We're not, even though we have floated the idea before. If we were hosting like events for y'all to come to, I would have no problem with that. But to walk into just my local Munch and like out of let's say 10 people I know other than you, one person like that does not sound exciting to me. It's like, do you know what I could be doing instead? I have a list of things I could be doing instead. And I would like to be doing those things instead. I'm less comfortable with the situation where I am just kind of one in the crowd and I've got to make the chit chat with whoever happens to be sitting to either side of me and go, oh, okay. Oh,
right, Junie? It's a contradiction in terms.
You know, well, here's the thing. I'm not disputing any of what Jenny's just said. The only reason I'm with JB is because he pursued me. Okay? So I know.
What was I thinking?
I know, right? I know that I'm capable of being poly, but I also don't expect it because I feel like you are 1 in a million on people who would take that amount of time, care, and patience to pursue me. Because in those situations, on very interpersonal situations like that, my first reaction is, ew! You know, like, get back! So it's hard for people, and I don't expect that. I didn't expect it from you. I kept waiting for you to bolt, like, oh shit, this bitch is hard work. I'm out of here. So, like, don't think it's reasonable to expect that from anybody else. Mm-hmm. I also don't know what to do with it when it comes from anybody else. I'm like, why are they talking to me? Mm-hmm. What are the words I'm supposed to say in response? What?
Yeah, the Munch that I've been attending, they have been running for a little bit. Prior to even me going, I waited till I was fully vaccinated. I was impressed. Most everybody, if not everybody there, was vaccinated, and they were happily talking about it, and you know, which kind of warmed my heart a little bit. You know, there were 1 or 2 people there that were still wearing masks. The room we were in, it was a fairly good sized room. There was enough tables set up. People could still distance,
I'm here. Let's keep the social distancing even after the plague. I love not having strangers in my personal bubble at the grocery store. Like I've always given side eye to somebody who's like all up close to you in the grocery store. Like, what are you doing? Are you buying my groceries for me?
Yeah.
But now I'm really giving side eye because I'm like, do you know there's a plague outside? And I love it. Like, just every line I've had to stand in recently. Post office, DMV, like everywhere. People are automatically keeping that space, and I fucking love it. Let's just do that. Let's just do that. Everybody stand in everybody's personal bubble. That's what I'm saying.
Yep. So, I mean, it's Andre's kind of a thing, I guess. What's going on in your area? Are you opening more? So, it's. I mean, to me, it was kind of nice. But I am way more social than you are when it comes to actually being out and around people.
And frankly, I think there are things that there are ways for groups to meet in safe ways that even if you're not vaccinated yet, it's less risk.
Yeah.
I mean, it's ironic to me. This is BDSM. Everything's risky, including meeting together at a Munch because there's a plague.
I mean, I know one dungeon here in Florida that has reopened about 2, maybe 3 months ago. But they had lost some volunteers and people that they know in the community to COVID. And they are only open for existing members and proof of vaccination.
And they're not taking anybody's shit when somebody complains about it.
No, they're not. They're sticking tight to their guns on that one. I know the woodshed is open. They are still limiting the number of people in the club on weekends. And if you are in person at the club, masks on. So it's a mishmash of things, but it's.
Yeah, I think there's room for a certain amount of socializing. There's just ways to assess risk and opportunities, like Andre's saying. Do something outside.
Yeah.
I've been willing to go to a lot more outdoor things than I normally would because I don't like the outdoors, but I'm also like, if this is the only way to go to a kid thing, go to a parent thing, well, let's do it. That's fine. I also personally do not have any problem continuing to wear a mask. If a small scrap of cloth is what doesn't prevent anything, nothing's 100%, but keeps my family, especially my unvaccinated family, and others a little safer, it is the literal least I can do.
Yeah.
Happy to put on a mask. It does not, and we've already established I am fine with 6 feet of space. Like, don't want to stand next to anybody I don't know anyway.
Yeah.
So it's like it does not bother me to do those things if I can then do them. I just not excited to go to a Munch outside of the plague. So I feel like I've still got some months left of just staying my ass at home. There will come a point where you won't give me that option anymore. Yes, I saw.
You did see that? Okay.
I gotta go find it, but I did. Musings. We actually, in our very last live stream on Wednesday, we answered this question, and it is timestamped if you want to hear our full answer, but our short and dirty answer is tons of communication. You will never communicate enough. And creating a routine and schedule that is mostly doable. Like, there is always going to be stuff that comes up in life that throws your schedule off, but having an idea based on the competing time zones of when you'll talk and how you'll talk, and then doing your best to stick to it so you can each depend on it. Then it's in those times that you're talking in whatever format that is, whether it's Zoom or Skype or the phone or WhatsApp or whatever, then you do your stuff. Like, you get sexy or you talk about your power exchange or whatever. But communication is the big one, but scheduling is the next big thing, because I believe in long distance, regardless of the time difference, you need to have something you can depend on, because you can't see one another.
So knowing that we were going to talk on your lunch break most days of the week, that you were going to wake me up at a certain time on your way to work, that we were going to talk right before we both went to bed, like we had those to rely on. And even though we couldn't do it 100% of the time because life would come up sometimes, being able to do it even 90% of the time was better than haphazard and catch as catch can.
Yeah.
So, but if you go back to our BDSM Q&A episode from this week, it is timestamped, and you can see our fuller answer there.
And apps are going to be your friend too. Certain apps. Things like one that I had used a while back, and I liked it. It worked very well. Obedience. Things we recommend like Trello, Evernote, things like that to help keep track of different tasks and things like that. You know, those are all going to be your friend. And Shelby, why did we move from Tampa Bay to Ocala?
We couldn't afford to live there anymore.
numerous reasons.
Could not afford to live there anymore.
It was getting very expensive to live there.
We had to have a bigger house.
We were living in a 2-bedroom, 900 square foot condo. And the boys were just they kept getting bigger.
They won't stop growing.
I couldn't understand it. I put blocks on their heads and everything, you know. They still kept getting bigger. And we did look around the Tampa area at different things. And we could have moved into another 2-bedroom house that we would have paid like almost $200,000 for in some cases, and no space between the neighbors. They sneezed. They have been saying God bless you.
Yeah, I don't like being that close to my neighbors.
And because I had lived in the Tampa Bay area since 1981, and it had gotten just incredibly congested, to the point that you don't gauge getting somewhere by the miles you're driving, but by the traffic you're going to be in, and how long, and all the stoplights you got to go through. So we had come up to Ocala to visit her aunt and uncle a few times on weekends, and one morning we were out.
You were walking the dog. We were walking Saki.
Yeah. And
I miss Saki.
I know. I was thinking about him today too. But we were in a restaurant, and I picked up a real estate book.
I was thinking of us walking down my aunt and uncle's neighborhood, and I had my phone out. We were walking Saki, and I'm like, what's this house worth? And we pulled it up at like Realtor.com or something.
And then between that and looking in that real estate book, we were just like,
It's
my
affordable.
God, we can get so much more
For less.
Up here. Plus we have space between us, and we joked earlier about how our car insurance went up when the oldest got his license yesterday, but
it went way down when we moved.
It went way down when we moved.
We got the grown-up insurance with like good liability coverage.
Yeah.
Instead of state mandated minimum.
Right. And if we still lived in the Tampa Bay area, could you imagine what our auto insurance would be?
I'm not sure I would have been comfortable letting that child learn to drive in that area. He would have needed to, but I would have been a wreck. I would have been a wreck.
And I have to admit, I kind of like it. To me, this area is what the Tampa Bay area was.
Sure.
30-some years ago.
We're 45 minutes from two big areas with kink communities, and we're hour and a half, 2 hours away from Tampa Bay. So we're in Central Florida, and that means that everything is centrally located. And there is community here. There's just, it's more play party focused, which is not really my thing at all. But I don't want to go to anybody's house for almost any reason. Definitely not to take my clothes off. Like I could do that in my own house. But we are we know we're in a conservative area. I've lived in conservative areas almost only the few years I lived in Tampa Bay was I finally in a purplish area. It's a conservative area, but it's not as conservative as it was, I think, as it was 10, 15, 20 years ago. Because there's, a lot of people from the Gainesville area and Orlando area who have come out this way because it's more affordable to live here.
Yeah.
But it's slower paced. Less expensive, a lot less expensive.
Mm-hmm.
So we gave up some stuff, but we
gained a lot.
We gained a lot.
Yeah.
We gained a lot.
Yep, we did. I'm very happy with that gain.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me.
Yeah, and $200,000 for house. We got. That's about what we paid for this place, and it was actually bigger than we had intended.
Bigger than anything we would have been able to get in Tampa Bay.
Well, it's even bigger than what we intended, and now everywhere is kind of in a bubble. I think prices have gone crazy here in our area too, but yeah. So we gave up some stuff, but worth it.
Mm-hmm.
In the long run, worth it.
Yeah.
So. But what else? Ask more questions, y'all. I'd rather y'all ask questions. Please don't wait for me to have something to say. Do you know what it takes to have a topic each week? Yeah, we actually, where we live, has the nickname Slowcala.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's plenty of people who zoom through life and down the road, and then there are a lot more people who don't. My favorite is the joke about watching a new building or construction site go up. We're used to Tampa Bay where, like, in less than 6 months, if it's a business, in less than 6 months, it's open and it's, like, filled with people. And if it's houses, less than that. And here, we've watched undeveloped land slowly start doing stuff. And it's like a year later, and you can finally tell what the structure is even going to be. It's like, wow, they were. And that was before the plague. Like, they're just not moving fast around here.
Shelby, we have probably just a little over a quarter of an acre.
Yeah, we have a large lot, but even by our neighborhood, not our street, but beyond our street, we don't even have the biggest lots that.
No.
So what they're doing in our area is down by the main highway that's got the most traffic in and out of town and is close to the interstate. They're developing, but they're doing exactly what they do in a lot of places, at least here in Florida, where they put the biggest house they can on the smallest lot possible, so all the houses are super crowded. The houses are beautiful, but I don't want to live that way. And then if you move...
You can barely fit a lawnmower in between the two houses.
And that does not interest me. I want space. And then in the areas they're not developing in that are older parts of town... You're buying 30 and 40-year-old houses, but they usually come these massive lots. Like, just the best thing that happened to us was being gifted an old riding lawnmower, and we don't even have the biggest lot around here. And I get that there's some people who don't want the lawn, would want more house than lot, and that's fine. But I was like, no, I want a place to, like, stretch and also scream if I want to in my house, and nobody's gonna come.
I mean, that's the thing for me. I mean, the quarter acre. Gives us a nice buffer between our neighbors, and it's not too big that taking care of it is a hassle.
Yeah.
I mean, acreage up here, at least here in Ocala, you can still find acreage.
Sure, you're paying a premium for it.
You're paying a fair premium for it, a lot less than you would most other places.
Yeah, but the reason you're paying that is because you can't find it here.
Can't find it here, yeah.
So they know what they got.
Right.
But.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, just down one of the roads that leads into our neighborhood, there's some old houses, beautiful. They look like mansions to me. I don't know if that's what they're supposed to be. These lots could fit 10 houses if they were developed. They're massive. That's acreage. And that's on a road that's actually kind of busy. It's kind of weird, like how that part developed. But, Yeah, and you can go further out from where we live into like the legit boonies, and you can get real acreage. But then, man, you're driving 45 minutes just to go to the grocery store. I actually grew up as a very small child into my teenage years in the boonies, not far from where we live now. And it's still, even now, 30 years later, 45-minute drive.
But in this day and age, there are people who want to live out in those areas. They don't mind. They live out there because they want to be.
Yeah, but you got to know that's what you're getting.
Yeah.
Because if you are used to, I'll just stop and go get some milk real quick, that's a culture shock. To know that, no, you probably won't. No, you probably will not just go get milk real quick when you need it.
Musings asked about ideas for fun pervertibles. There's lots of things you can pervert. Pretty much anything.
Depends on what you're into as well. Like, are you trying to do impact play? Well, anything that can strike another person, pervertible. Are you into bondage? Like, it's a little bit more complicated, but not much.
Now, I will say, I remember a number of years ago at the West Pasco Munch. There was a group of people. What they would do, we would have the munch. And then following the munch, there was a play party at the club. And they offered up a challenge because there was always a couple hours between the munch being done and going to the club. Go to the dollar store, the Dollar Tree, and who could come back with the best pervertibles from the Dollar Tree or Dollar General. So, it's it's a matter of getting out there and perusing different stores, even your home improvement stores. You can find stuff in there that can be perverted. Piece of PVC pipe.
Yeah, it's about looking at something and going, what could I do with this?
Yeah.
Like, impact play to me is the easiest thing for pervertibles because literally can you smack, strike, hit a body part with this thing?
Right.
And then, you've made your own, before you sold them, there's that, you took 3 dowels and bundled them and you had a toy.
Yeah.
A single dowel can become a cane. It won't last very long, but it'll become a cane. Paint stirs, every time we have to paint the house, it's like, we make our own now, but whatever. It's still fun, I still miss my wooden spoon that is now in our toy bag. It was a great wooden spoon in the kitchen. It's also great for spankings.
Yeah.
So, but
because it's got that flat end and it has that nice big wide scoop to it, so it gets a nice yeah.
And Jennifer, I think the first part of your question did not come through because I can see the question you're asking, but I can't see the context. So if you can resend, that would be great. But yeah, it really is just about looking at things and going, what could we do with that? Kids' toys, sadly, are great. Nerf bat things. I have seen. We were at the club ages ago, and somebody pulled out a Nerf bat.
Yeah.
Spongy thing, and that was an impact play toy.
Yeah.
So.
You asked, do you think BDSM will ever be accepted in as part of general society?
I don't think so. I think it'll be more accepted. I think it'll be easier for people to go, yeah, you're kinky. Okay, great. I think once we get down into but what does that mean? I also kind of don't need it to be. I want it to be accepted. If I tell you I am kinky or I'm in a power exchange relationship, so you guys, okay, whatever, right? But part of what I guess it comes down to the question, and I don't know where I stand on this, but it's a good thought exercise. Part of there's the specific activities in BDSM, which they are the activities themselves, and they have their own sort of rules to them, like how these activities function and what consent looks like. But part of it is purposely being outside of the mainstream. And so is it kinky anymore? Like, the activities are what the activities are. BDSM stands for actual words that have actual meanings. But the word kinky is basically anything somebody else would consider not vanilla, whatever they define that as. And so is it kinky anymore if it's accepted as just the norm and the standard? Because if the norm and the standard, however we define that, is what we call vanilla, then where would that leave kinky if it becomes mainstream?
Mm-hmm.
I go back to, I would love to see a day where you could say you're into BDSM or kink and somebody just shrug and go, okay. I would like to believe that one day you will not lose your job, lose your children, or go to jail over being kinky.
Right.
That would be nice. But I kind of don't need the activities we do in the bedroom or the activities we do in BDSM, because I know it's not all bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need that to be mainstream so much. Like, I just...
Well, I mean, I would at least like it to be more openly accepted without there being as much of a stigma set to it. My gosh, I remember as a kid, a very young kid, being gay wasn't accepted.
Well, in some places it still isn't.
And it still isn't, but I don't know.
Like, I don't need other people to understand what I do. Personally, I don't care. What I do need is to not feel like I've put myself in some level of jeopardy if another person finds out about it.
Mm-hmm.
And that might be just semantics, like not being in any level of jeopardy, whether it's professionally or as a parent or legally. Maybe that's what happens when it's generally accepted by society, and so then that's what you get. But it means that maybe we think of kink in a different way. I think that there's something to it that some people, not all, but some kinksters, part of what they like is that it's kind of taboo, that there are things that others won't do. I don't think that's why they're into kink, but I think that for some people is part of the pleasure, the fun, the something. There's something from that this isn't necessarily what everybody does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Could it happen in our lifetime? Sure, anything's possible.
Yeah.
I think that just the fact that let's give 50 Shades a bit of credit here. The massive popularity of 50 Shades, the continued massive popularity of BDSM books, like, it's not mainstream popularity, but to add some level of power exchange to a romance novel is not really unheard of at this point. Like, there's money there. I think that is what enables hitting the culture and mass in the mainstream like that is what kind of normalizes it. The problem is are we trying to get to normalization, or are we trying to get to people actually understand it? Because that's much more nuanced too.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's a lot of things that are normalized that people still don't freaking understand. Basic, things about sex, things about gender, things like, we can talk about these things, but people still don't understand them unless they're living the experience. So will BDSM get to a point where maybe people talk about them more and more openly? Yeah, but do I have an expectation that there will be a nuanced discussion of that and a nuanced understanding? No.
I mean, one step in the right direction, I think at the very least several years ago, and you probably remember this, the book that they use for correlating mental health.
DSM 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're on the DSM 5 now.
Yeah. And they have removed...
Yeah, I think it was just the DSM 5 they removed BDSM as a... I think there's still some classification that BDSM falls under, but basically BDSM isn't a mental... Somebody who understands the DSM 5, I can't even remember, it's the diagnostic... something manual. That... But yeah, we're not that far removed from a lot of sexual stuff being considered a mental disorder. So I think we have a way to go before, okay, no, you're not crazy if you do this, but also I understand what you mean when you say you do this.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Yeah, I the thing I would like to see is to be able to go, I'm kinky, and the vast majority of the world goes, okay, and we move on with our life.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that would be enough for me. That might not be enough for others, but I would be fine with that. Okay, let's see.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so Jennifer's question that I only got part of it. Other people saw the rest of the question, but we didn't for whatever reason. He's an exhibitionist, and because we all consent to be unfet, we have a right to witness his kink. And then Jennifer says, I was thinking, well, what's the line? I agree. It's not a play party consent level when you join FET. That's actually, being on FET, that's a little bit, that's kind of a gray area because I personally do not enjoy seeing a bunch of pictures on FET in general of other people doing whatever because that's my personal comfort level. But also, I then just choose either not to follow or just not to look if it happens to be somebody I'm friended with or following. But it's tough because I think it also depends on, there's context and there's what is it that we're doing that's exhibitionist? Are we just walking around naked? Well, at a play party, if the host says, yeah, you don't have to wear clothes, and the other guests are aware that people may be naked, that is a possibility, then I'd say context is there. FetLife is kind of the same because it's the place you join when you're kinky because you can't show that shit on the public platforms.
Right.
And so...
I mean, just like when first time I took you to a public dungeon, you know, there were people from completely naked to fully clothed and everything in between, you know, and that's kind of the expectation.
I think every newcomer needs to, I think whoever's in charge needs to make that clear. Like, you could see this here. If that's what we're talking about. If we're talking about, I'm an exhibitionist, I'm walking around naked because I get my rocks off walking around naked, and I'm in a space where I'm allowed to do it, then what needs to happen is the other people coming in need to know that there is a possibility that that could happen, and then that's where they... Jennifer, that's where, when you're new, can you really give proper consent? That's on the host. When you walk in the door and you're brand new, when you join a club, every club we've ever joined, they gave us a grand tour. They told us what to expect because they told us what the rules were. Right. If the rules were you can get butt-ass naked, but you can't have sex, like penetrative sex, let's say, then I should reasonably go, I could walk in this room and somebody's naked because they just told me clothing's optional through these doors.
Now, I know, especially, you know, talking about 50 Shades earlier, since then, a lot of people have become curious about the lifestyle. And what a lot of areas have done, before you can join a club, before you can go to a play party, you have to attend one of their, or several of their BDSM 101 courses.
Sure.
You know, so you're not walking into these things blind.
Right. Well,
and you have an idea of what's going on.
And the clubs, even if they're not going to do that, if it's a membership-based club where you have to like give your real identity to be allowed to walk in, the ones we've heard of the ones we have gone to, and the ones we've heard of that are considered reputable, they tell you they tell you what the rules are there, and so through the rules, that could be an expectation. Now, that's on the establishment to do that so that the people coming in are given that expectation. A play party might be a little bit different. Can new people know the questions to ask if it's their first play party? Probably not. But we talk about, in BDSM, we're talking about something that, yes, for some people is not sexual, but for many people is sexual. And if you walk into a space where BDSM occurs, there should be an expectation that for some of the people in that room, it's sexual. And so what could you possibly expect to see with sex? Right. I think there's a line there and there's a gray area there. It's what is the responsibility of the people walking in? which if you're brand new, that's harder to define because you don't know what questions to ask if you don't know a lot yet. And then there's the responsibility of the people organizing the space where others can walk into, both online and in person. The people participating in the space, if they are within the rules and the context of the space, I don't think that's their responsibility, as long as they're playing by the rules.
Yeah.
I think it is more the hosts of the space's responsibility to inform new people of what they could expect there.
Now, I will say, and this is a shameless plug for the book club, the book we're reading right now, Playing Well with Others. As I started reading this book, and I'm going through this book, I'm reading it, and I'm reading the stuff in there, and I'm going, yeah. And I'm like, I wish I had this book when I first came into the lifestyle. That book should, to a certain extent, be required reading.
Sure.
You know, it has that much good information
Right.
about coming into the lifestyle and not knowing anything about it other than you want to be a part of it.
Well, yeah, and I go back to my point of if you're new, how much can you be expected to know? Probably not a lot, but
Right.
let's use FetLife as the example. If you know enough to go find FetLife, or that FetLife is a thing you can join, you don't know a lot yet necessarily, but you're probably aware that people get naked when they do BDSM. People do extreme things. You might not know what those extreme things are, and extreme is subjective, however you define extreme. But I don't think a total innocent comes across FetLife. You know what I mean? It's like a total innocent, unless somebody brings them, does not just walk into a BDSM dungeon. They know they're in a place where a certain type of activity happens, even if they don't really have a well-defined idea of what that something is. So, also, the consent to me is that you can leave that space. Like, if you see something you don't like and it bothers you, then hopefully you can leave that space. But that's where I go back to. That's where it's on the host of the space, virtual or in person, to explain those expectations. They tend to do that by explaining the rules. You can post naked pictures of yourself here if you would like. Well, if you're allowed to do it, then the expectation is other people are doing it too. Now, we might not want to see that, and I don't want to see that. I actually don't enjoy seeing that because I'm not a voyeur. I just don't like to see it. So then I have to do what I need to do to not see it or to avoid seeing it. But yeah, it's tough. I think there's some gray area. But I would be less inclined to say somebody who came into a BDSM space and then saw something related to BDSM couldn't give their consent to see that when the expectation is those other people are allowed to share that BDSM thing in that space. That would be a hard sell for me. Now, grocery store? Nah. Grocery store's context is let's go buy some food and get some milk and some dog food and let's go home. I don't want to see BDSM stuff there. Give me the context for it. Tell me that I could see it. And then I can decline. I can consent to that or not. But in a space devoted to BDSM, there should be an expectation you will then see the BDSM things there, whatever that might be. So I know another question came through. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to go on a rant. Hope that wasn't ranty. It's a good thought exercise though. It's something I hadn't thought about before. Shy Girl asked, what or how's the best way to ask someone to be my dom if they're more vanilla than DS? I would start before asking them to be your dom. I would get into a conversation about what they know about or how they feel about kink, power exchange, BDSM, like however you want to broach the topic, before you're like, hey, can you dominate me? Because they might not even know what that means. Or they might already have an idea of what kink is, and it may not be the same idea you have.
Or they may have a misconceived idea.
That's where I was going, Yes. They may think they know what that means.
Right.
And if you spring that question on them, but you don't know what their perspective kind of is on the topic, you might get an answer that doesn't even match the question you're asking. So I would start there. I would make sure you know, like, just ask, like, are you into kink? Have you ever tried kink? Are you willing to explore kink? And from there, you can kind of ease into, well, what do you each mean by those words? And it's, have you ever heard of power exchange or dominance and submission? Oh, well, what do you think about that? And once you have some information, then maybe you can go, you know, I'm submissive and I think you'd make a great dom and here's why and blah, blah, blah. But yeah, I would start first with, what do you know? What do you think you know? How do you feel about it? Are you open to the idea of it? Because that'll give you information on where to take the conversation next. Like, are you going to have to educate this person on it completely? Or are they interested in it but don't know enough and you can share resources with them? Like, where are they coming from? Where are you coming from?
Yeah.
I would get that information before I'd ever ask somebody who I think is vanilla or is very clearly vanilla to do something kinky with me. So...
And I would say, too, don't overwhelm them with information.
Yeah, take that nice and slow and easy. If they're completely like, yeah, I've kind of read some stuff or heard some stuff, and yeah, it seems kind of interesting, and they're really enthusiastic, then I think you can share more.
Mm-hmm.
But if they're uncertain and they're like, I don't really know much, then you start slow. Like you outline, well, power exchange is this, or, you know, do you know what BDSM is? This is what those letters stand for, that kind of stuff. Sometimes you have to ease people into the idea of it. And also, if they're not somebody who's very clear in what role they want in a relationship, it's important to remember you cannot make anybody be your dom, your sub, your whatever, even if they exhibit what feel to you like dominant traits, like they're very commanding and in control and blah blah. They like that. That's probably true. You're probably reading them just fine, but that doesn't mean that they can just be the kink partner you need either. Like, they've got to want it. You can't make them be it. You can't push them into. Some people will allow themselves to be pushed in it because they want to make this partner happy, but if it's not part of some part of them, then it's going to be a struggle.
Yeah. Which
sucks when it's somebody you really like, but or you've already had a long-term relationship with. But it's important to stay realistic about that. I asked JB if he wanted alcohol. Oh, I've got to go read to the 11-year-old. And he said no. So, hey, you gotta...
read tonight with this?
I told him I would come out and read a chapter to him. Yes. I told him we would be in and out. It'll take me 10 minutes.
All right.
I'm allowed to get up from the seat, right? I didn't have to stay here all night, right? Be right back. It'll take me less than 10 minutes. They're not long chapters.
Yeah, no, she did ask me
He said no.
about drinking tonight. I am trying very hard to limit my carbs and sugar. So right now, drinking is not on my radar. Yeah, silent. I said no. I have till the 30th of this month when I go have some blood work done to change some things for when I go back to the doctor. And I am really trying very hard to do that. Just like tonight, yes, I had chips, I had the pretzels, but I kind of banked up for it, so to speak. So yeah, I'm really curious to see what is going to happen. High nutrition, yeah, whiskey, I know, right? So yeah, that's kind of where. Yeah, yeah, I do have a tan, both from being on the motorcycle and you know, doing the yard work, and plus, you know, when I'm working in the shop, I am outside, So yeah, I do. A bit of a farmer's tan going there, arms and legs. So yeah. Silent. That sounds intriguing. Sugar free and carb free. And Shy Girl, yeah, that's really just going to be a matter of talking to them and finding out where they're at, what they know, what they don't know, what they think of it. So yeah, it's going to take some communication. All right, Amy, have a good evening, good night. So, but yeah, when 3 months ago now, it'll be 3 months, when I went for my yearly visit with the doctor after not having been for a while, my blood work was not good on several levels, which is what kind of prompted me to change some things and get back on track with my diet. Last year, I went way off the mark with everything, and it took its toll. So I'm trying to reverse some of that. So, and Jennifer, yeah, I found a shop. And I went in and talked with the guy, felt comfortable with him, especially after the last fiasco I went through with the bike, and put the bike in there, and he was up front with me. He was like, going to have it for a little while with everything that needs to be done. And I was okay with that. What really impressed me with the guy is and he got it running really good, and what was really impressive, some of the things I talked to him about turned out to be non-issues. He didn't do the work, which saved me a whole lot of money from what he originally quoted me. So yeah, the bike is running. And it's running nice, so I'm really happy. And what I got a really good chuckle out of when I picked the bike up, the fuel lines and stuff that the other guy did, he completely took all that out, and I knew it was wrong. It was cobbled together, and so I'm good with it. I'm happy. Found a decent mechanic for the bike now, and I'm going to stick with the guy. And Mr. Spock, you know what? Yeah, I'll go down. Yeah, if I could find a blood stand-in, I'll go with it. That'll work. So I wish I could say I am enjoying the heck out of it. We have been having so much rain in the late afternoon here that I can barely get out and ride. Wednesday I did get out some and ride. Mornings are pretty decent, but in the mornings I'm so busy getting things going with working and stuff, I don't get out in the morning as much. And I've said it a few times in the weekend that I do it, but I end up being lazy and sleeping in on the weekends instead. All right, Eva, you take care and have a good rest of your evening. Silent, loving the LB logo on a Care Bear? That would be interesting to say the least. Or even a BDSM Build-A-Bear. Yeah, right. Everybody's been on this journey with the motorcycle with me. It's been an interesting run with that thing. You know, it was funny. Wednesday night when I was out riding, I'm sitting at a stoplight, and I tend to like to ride alone. It's my time to just kind of enjoy the bike and get some quiet time away. And all of a sudden, this bike pulls up alongside of me, and it was a beautiful, beautiful Harley Sportster. Loved the color. Bike, it was beautiful. And he pulls up and he's like, and he looks at my bike and he's like, "What year is that?" And I told him '01. And it's like, "That's a beautiful bike. It's really well kept." I'm like, whoa. I mean, this guy had a bike that made mine look like it was put to shame. There's a interesting line of discussion about DS Care Bears. Floggy Heart, the Care Bear. The Care Bear Stare. Spanky Bear. Oh my goodness. Now, see, Patco, I had no idea there was a Care Bear store. I mean, Build-A-Bear. Build-A-Bear, I'm very familiar with. Matter of fact, when we were in Gainesville a couple weeks ago, we saw one in the mall when we were up there a couple weeks ago, and I had heard at one time that they did a Doctor Who bear, and I had to look and see if they had it, but if they did, it must have been like a special thing. Well, X, that's understandable. I can understand. I mean, you know, one of the things with Kayla, I, you know, told her, I see a lot of people ride without helmets, in flip-flops, shorts, and you know, I always told her, you know, there is a risk to it, but you know, I always wear full gear. I wear my helmet, I wear jeans, I wear my boots, you know, so I always do as much as I can to be safe on the bike out there. Yeah, that's true. Any bear can be any teddy bear can be a Shibari bear. All you got to do is tie it up in some rope. Okay. Yeah, see down here in Florida there is no helmet law, and people ride without helmets all the time. which I don't understand it, but I guess, you know. Yeah, I mean there is a big difference from being in a car on 4 wheels to being on 2. Lynn, Kayla stepped off to read to the youngest before he goes to bed. It's about his bedtime. Yeah, V, that does explain a fair amount of it. So, yeah, Florida man sadly is a thing. Not anything to be proud of. Yeah, I know. With all this talk of llamas now popping up, yeah, I think I do. Yeah, they tried to enact helmet laws and stuff here in and some states do have it and others don't. Florida is one that doesn't, and they did try to enact it a while back, but it did not go over well, and they repealed it almost as fast as they enacted it. But
I'm back. Have y'all been plotting against me?
Carl!
Oh God! Oh my God! Who got him on that?
Where have you been?
Oh my God! Who got him back on that? Oh my God! Oh my God! That was a very long chapter. They'd all been super short, and then I hit the long one.
Yeah.
He was really sweet. I was sitting on the floor next to his bed, and he curled up with his blanket, and he just watched me read. I was like, I know there's going to come a day where he's like, oh, Mom, I don't need you to read to me. And I'm glad today is not that day. That's all I'm saying.
So you missed the whole conversation about
okay.
bondage Care Bears.
Okay.
Yeah.
Care Bears who are into bondage or using your Care Bear as a bondage buddy?
A bondage buddy.
I was into Care Bears way back in the day, but don't remember any names. Don't remember anything about Care Bears. Just remember loving Care Bears. That's all I remember about them. So, Lynn, I don't remember the name of the book. I know what the book's about.
That good, huh?
It's not my book. It's not my job to remember.
I remember what the book is about.
I know. I can't remember the title. Is what I'm saying.
Okay.
The book is about I'd say little boy. He's a middle schooler who goes on a road trip with his grandmother in her new RV over spring break, and she is actually using the Green Book, which was a book that Black people used in the 60s, probably earlier, maybe later, to safely travel through states that, had segregation, so that they knew where they could stay safely. And so she's sort of like taking this trip using the Green Book as part of the trip, but also talking about her family and his family. It's a middle school,
recommended over the summer, like for summer reading kind of book. And there's added nuance. So she is like in her 80s. She is a white woman. She's his grandmother, his paternal grandmother. He's a black boy. So they were in Alabama and they left a diner because people were giving them funny looks, and like there's all this subtext. It's really good though, because he's having problems with his dad and his dad doesn't get him, and he's like, has my grandma lost her damn mind? He's not saying that, but that's the tude in it. And she's crying and she's talking about her past, and she's showing him her treasures, and a lot of it is based on her marriage to her husband, who was a black man. And of course at that time that was like a major no, because they were in the South, and just, oh, it's so good. And he's totally in it, and I'm totally in it.
That's what started the conversation.
Oh.
Silent said we needed a Care Bear with the LB logo on it.
I would be down for that. It would have to be a purple and black Care Bear, not just a purple, not just a black. It'd have to be a combo. I mean, I'm totally down for that. But yeah, I feel bad. I can't remember the name of that damn book. It's a good book. He's let me read it to him. So we do a chapter a night. I don't know what I'm going to do the day he's like, I don't want you to read me anymore. And then I'll be like, but that makes me sad. Did you show everybody your new pen you made yourself?
No.
It's beautiful.
I know.
I'm a little jealous. Even though I have 2 beautiful pens myself, I'm still jealous. Show the pen. I'll get my head out of the shot. There you go.
Okay.
There you go. Show the pen. Show the pen. You made that for yourself.
Yep.
So. Yeah, we did not make the blank. That was one you bought.
Yeah.
So what prompted you to make yourself a pen?
Well, I've been doing a lot of stuff on the phone lately.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted the little... I was carrying both my pen and... God, I can't think what it's called now. This.
The stylus?
Stylus tip. And I was carrying a stylus and a pen. And I was like, no, I want one that's both. So I made myself
Good for you.
the pen and stylus together.
If you can't make yourself a damn pen, who can?
I know.
Nobody. And that's just how that goes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Oh, ribs. Ribs sound really
yeah,
yummy.
I went digging through my box of pen blanks and found that blank, and I was like,
It's very pretty.
mm-hmm.
Very, very pretty. There's a part of me that's like, ooh, could we recreate this blank? It's 3 colors, though, so I'm not sure.
Possible.
Thank you, Siloing. Thank you.
Okay.
How did you know that was the name of it? Did you just Google my really poorly shared synopsis? Or has one of your kids read it? Like, yes, that is the name of that book. Thank you. Clean getaway. Yeah, there's a little bit of like mystery because the boy, his nickname is Scoob. His mother is gone and he doesn't really know her, and his dad does not talk about her, but he heard a voicemail where the mom called and he tried to ask his dad, and his dad didn't want to talk about it. And his grandma, who he calls G-Ma, is taking this trip, and he watched her swap license plates from another RV to their RV, and their RV's license plate now says Vermont instead of Alabama, which is where they're from. I think they're from Alabama. It's not their license plate anymore. Or no, Georgia. It's Georgia they're from. And he's like, what is happening here? Oh. Yeah, it's a good book. Yeah, he picked out, we went to his middle school that he's starting next year had a thing on their site of recommended reading over the summer.
Yeah.
And we went to look at the list, and we looked at the different books, and I was like, which of these sound good to you? And he picked out like 4 or 5, and I requested him from the library, and I think he's gotten 3 or 4 of the total. Like, if it was 4, he's gotten 3. If it was 5, he's gotten 4, something like that. And each one of them sounds really good. Like, there's one about a girl who was struck by lightning when she was super young, and somehow that's done something to her, and she's like a math genius.
But she's got she could skip all school and like go straight to college, but somebody in her family, her mom, her grandma, her aunt, somebody wants her to at least experience a little bit of school. And so like the part of the blurb is like, she survived being struck by lightning. Certainly she can survive middle school. And it sounds really good too. And I'm like, I want to read that book. So, yeah, there's a couple others that sounded, and they're all kind of geared towards middle school. So, yeah. And I'm just glad he's like still enjoys reading and being read to. And also he picked out a couple of books that had girls as the main character, and for a while he had been like, ew, no, I don't want to read that, and now he's like, yeah, sure, I'll read it. It's fine. So, but yeah, I want to read his books. I mean, I'm happy with the books I'm reading. I've been reading a lot of romance lately. A lot. I read a YA. Yeah. It's not really YA. It was considered new adult, not young adult. And it had a little bit of sex, but I was like, oh, Lord, we totally could have gone further with this. If this is literally the sexiest man alive, according to the protagonist, who's like, he's the sexiest man alive. Also, sexiest dragon shifter. I was like, I think the sex could be hotter. I think there could be more of it. The sex when I got it was hot, but I was like, there could be more of this. There could be a lot more of this. So, but, yeah.
And you read the other series by Gail Carriger,
so Gail
too.
Carriger has her series set in, like, is it Victorian or Edwardian London, essentially, about werewolves and vampires. Oh my! And it's really good and it's really fun. And then her writing is Gail Carriger, yeah. Mm-hmm. Then she also writes as G.L. Carriger, and she writes smut, and she writes werewolf. Smut. We've read the San Andreas Shifter series.
Yes.
It's actually, it's more romance than erotica.
Yeah.
But it's really good.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the same universe. It's just in the current time, whereas her non-romancy smut is historical.
Yeah.
Yep. So. You know, my aunt did the same thing, Silent. She can't read standard, typical, whatever books anymore because of her eyesight, and so now she's all up in the audiobook world and loving it. So, yeah, I'm currently finishing up Indigo by, is it Beverly Jenkins who wrote that? Hold on, I have one of, yeah, Beverly Jenkins. It's Indigo. It's really good. Oh yeah, I love Mercedes Lackey in general, Jennifer, but the Heralds of Valdemar, I love that series. That's really good. So so Jenny, the author is the letter G, L. Carriger, or you can find her under Gail Carriger. It's the San Andreas Shifters series. It's more romance than smut, but when you get a sex scene, it's nice and hot. And it's that series is all gay romance.
Yeah.
So in one of the books, one of the characters is bisexual, but both partners are men.
But the characters are fantastic. I love the characters.
They're so good. There's currently 3 books in the series and then a prequel. The prequel was good, but it was not enough. It was just a quick, here's how they met. And the 4th book in the series apparently is still being written. In the 3 series, the 2nd book is still my favorite because that is actual power exchange. Yeah. They were dom sub couple, and it was really good. It was really good. So, but yeah. The first book I liked because I liked all 3. The 3rd book, it was harder for me to identify with the characters because, and here's the irony of this. I should have, because one of the characters is like they called him an old man. He was much, much older comparatively to his love interest, who was super young. But I think the problem is from my perspective, that character was super young. Like, I could have been that character's mom. And so it was really hard to put myself in his shoes.
In that spot, yeah.
I was like, But yeah, it's all really sweet and and still sexy and it's great.
Yeah.
So yeah, lots and lots and lots of reading. I ended up reading 3 books of a series. It's technically a 7-book series, but the 3 books I read were the trilogy that got written first. It has almost no, this is the one that's Dragon Shifters, has almost no like hardcore sex. The first book had none at all, just like a slow burn romance, and then the second and third had some sex, and it's good, but you know, I'd like it to be a little bit more graphic. Thanks. I gotta find. I think the first book in that series is called Dragon Marked. It was good though. Like, it wasn't my smutty, but it was shifter romance, and it was like legit romance. Yeah, Dragon Marked by, I think it's Jaymin Eve, Jaymin, and then Eve, Eve. That was pretty good. The only thing I didn't like about that, the main character, she's tough girl. She's a wolf shifter. She's alpha. She takes no shit from no damn body, but her biggest personality trait through the whole fucking series is that she likes food. And I'm like, I mean, okay, no shade. I like food, but I don't feel like that should be your most interesting personality trait. Like, nor do I think it should be your only personality trait.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't like she wanted to cook 5 minutes. Like, she just wanted to eat. Like, if she went a few hours without eating, she was hangry. Like, I was like, well, okay, but I feel like that shouldn't be your only personality trait. There's more to life and to people. So. Yeah, I've noticed, Halloween, that I've been pleasantly surprised at the amount of things that have called themselves romance, and I start reading the sex scene, I'm like, dude, I used to write erotica. This is erotica. Like, the story, sure. Romance, the sex is graphic.
Oh, gosh.
And I like it that way.
Well.
But I'm like, okay, if you can get away with calling it romance, I don't care. Give me a good... But it does set up expectations later. You get to the next one, you're like, why did we only speak in euphemism? This book by Beverly Jenkins, I love Beverly Jenkins. The books I've read by her so far have been amazing. Indigo is really good, but it's like, and I think it is from the 90s maybe? And it's written in that style of romance where it's love channels and and manhood and lots of heat. And I'm like, look, he fucked her. Like, it's cock and cunt. Like, but not everybody writes that way. It's okay. Yeah, so I mean, I like to eat too, but also, you know more about me than the fact that I like to eat. I know more about you than the fact that you like to eat. That was my problem. Andre has a question.
Okay.
The question is, for those who aren't looking at the chat, what is your favorite type and material for a flogger?
I have 2 floggers that I am particularly fond of. One is a small deerskin flogger. I love that one for 2 reasons. One, it is small enough to use in a small room. And it is a great warm-up flogger.
Yeah, it's very gentle.
And then my other one is the Gentle Giant. And I'm not quite sure what material it's made of. It is a leather. It's almost like a suede leather.
Yeah, it's a soft material. I know that much.
It's a softer material, but it tends to be thuddy, but when I hit right with the tips,
it's very stingy.
Yeah.
Not my favorite at that point.
And it's a big, they're big floggers.
Yeah. Thick, long. Thick all the way around.
Yep.
Oh,
hang on, let me go grab them and show them.
Okay, show and tell.
Yeah,
show and tell.
Be right back.
Lola's following him. She was like, I was laying on the love seat. I'm done here now. Yeah, we had a love seat cover to protect the love seat from Lola, and it did not survive its meeting with Lola. Her one of her claws snagged it at some point, created a hole in it, and then the hole just got bigger and bigger, and it's right in the center, and there's no like seam where you can easily sew it up. And if we sewed it up and then it might not have fit, we're like, fuck. And we were walking in, and we would find her with her nose in the hole, in the couch cover, just with it in there. And so we took it off and put a blanket on there, but that's imperfect. But now she lays on the love seat even more because it's one of her favorite super soft blankets. So. They could be. They could be for her if you just let her. She would gnaw on that handle and be super happy.
Or the falls.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is the deer hide, and it is just marvelous. I love this.
Yeah, it's super
flogger.
soft.
Super,
I like it.
super soft, and like I say, great for warming up. And then here's the big one. And that's the falls on this. And like I say, I bought this so many years ago.
Mm-hmm. Online.
From a fella, and he doesn't make these anymore.
Mm-mm.
He still does leather work, but he doesn't do the floggers anymore.
Mm-mm.
And of all the floggers that I have played with and accumulated and tried over the years, this set is by far my favorite.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it is just amazing. And like I say, it can go from soft to stingy,
Mm-hmm.
as you well know.
Mm-hmm. I do.
It's nice. I love these. These are my two favorite.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you have a purple one too. It's a good warm-up one.
And I don't like that one as much.
You don't? Oh, okay.
The way it's made, to me, it doesn't throw right.
Gotcha. I like how it feels, but it doesn't do much good if it doesn't throw right.
Yeah. That's why I very seldom take that one out.
Yeah, and it doesn't have a handle that you could that would make sense to break into and see how it's all attached to.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I would love if you made handles for floggers similar to this black and white one.
Right.
We're not gonna dismantle it.
I've been
We're not gonna
tempted
give it up.
a few times to dig into it and really see how it's done, but I like it too much.
Yeah, no.
To not want to, take it apart and risk having something happen to it, especially since I can't replace it.
Right, exactly.
So.
Like, you've done that with some cheapy ones, but
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, y'all. Oh my gosh. Try not to yawn directly into the mic. That seems rude.
So.
And that's true because it's a
It's so personal.
it is a personal thing. That's like I have a friend, they love finger floggers.
Oh god, I don't like those.
They absolutely love finger floggers. And I have never gotten the hang of those, and they are more frustrating to me than anything. Yeah.
Yeah, we in a bondage set we got a few weeks ago. I just put a written review up on the 11 BDSM website. A video is coming in the next few weeks. There was a flogger in it that wasn't like the worst flogger ever, but it was so I almost forgot to include it in the review. Like,
Yeah.
I literally almost forgot we had it. I was like, it wasn't bad, but it wasn't good.
Nothing memorable about it.
No, other than the fact that the handle was pretty. That was the only thing about it.
And I mean, it threw fairly nice for what it was. But it just, it didn't strike me. Not the way these do.
I tried so hard to like sleep this morning.
Yeah.
I mean, I did let myself stay in bed till 9, and I woke. When I opened my eyes and woke up, that was like 8:30. But I'd been awake. I'd been awake for the cat scream.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
So I'd been awake for a while.
And I plan to let myself sleep tomorrow, too.
Mm-hmm.
Will the food baby of potato chips and pretzel sticks let me sleep? Probably not.
Who knows?
But
yeah. Now, I do have that one flogger that's the falls are stiff leather. They're about this this size, this width, and that's a very stiff leather. That's actually a leather rather than a suede.
Yeah,
and
I like the softer materials better.
I like it. You don't.
Yeah. Because I like the softer materials better. Cause yes, you can make anything sting depending on how you throw it. But in general, the softer materials like this tend to just feel better. Oh, Jennifer, we have the AC cranked. That's how I sleep in this heat. Now, we are very fortunate. One, we are... our house, when we bought it, was well insulated, sealed like tight like a drum. So even in the middle of summer, our electric bill is reasonable. We also keep our AC at like 76 degrees. We don't drop it too much. And something about the way our bedroom is done, it's actually one of the coldest rooms in the house.
Rooms, yeah.
So
well, because
I'd like it to be colder when I sleep, but I can sleep.
The air handler feeds in from the garage right into our bedroom.
Is that why?
Yeah.
So yeah, I would at night. I wish we dropped the temperature. I understand why we don't keep our electric bill reasonable, but no, it's easy enough. The ceiling fan's on high, AC's going, the room stays cool, so that helps. But yeah, no.
6 whips. I may have to check them out.
Oh my gosh.
Let me write that down.
Okay.
Always like looking at
Floggers.
Floggers, yep.
Yeah. I just like how they feel. I'm like, whatever, get a flogger, don't get a flogger, whatever, how does it feel?
Yeah. Well, for you, the reason you like these as well is because you like your flogging to be a little bit more like a massage.
Yes. I don't mind if it hurts as long as it's deep.
I mean,
thud.
you like your impact play from the paddles, but with the floggers, you like it more of a
I want to kind of zone out while you're doing it. So.
Yeah, I'm gonna Google them tomorrow. Surf Smoothie Pants and just kind of take a peek and see what they got.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, y'all.
Yeah, it's been a long day. I was up way earlier than I wanted to be this morning.
Well, if you started falling asleep, you have way more excuse than I do. I lounged this morning. I watched YouTube videos. Scrolled through Instagram. I'm obsessed with watching reels, and I keep telling myself that it's research because I have plans to make reels for the Kinkery and Loving BDSM. Will I actually do it? I don't know, but I've been saving good audio, thanks. But I just gotta get sucked in. Like, ooh. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Oh, and as for not sleeping or whatever, last night Onyx woke me up because she demanded being pet.
Well, she did that to me too.
I don't mind. I just want her to love me.
I had my hand sticking out from under the pillow, and I'm sleeping like this or something. And she came up. I had my hand out, and she came up, and she was just like,
she I don't remember where my hand was, how I was placed, how I was laying. I had one hand under the sheet, and she found it with her paw and batted at it.
Mm-hmm.
And then my other hand, I think, came out from under the sheet, and she put the top of her head in the palm of my hand and just headbutted me like, bitch, you're gonna pet me. And I'm like, of course I am, because I am your bitch.
Right.
It's fine. I
and
just want you to love me.
And yes, Andre, that is an amazing look. You know, with her, if I just do a flogging with either of these two, you just get like very still, very quiet.
I zone out.
You zone out, yeah.
Yeah. I know it's not subspace floaty, but it's like almost a meditative kind of floaty. Kink and coping with perimenopause. I would like to find a doctor who's willing to say, yeah, I think you might be a perimenopause. I actually was very straightforward with my new gynecologist, and I was like, I haven't had a libido in 2+ years. I get hot flashes and night sweats. I can't, like, I named off all these different symptoms. They're like, well, no, you're too young for that. And I'm like, I know for a fact I'm not too young for it, but okay. It was not helpful. So, weirdly, my hot flashes, night sweats have gone away. I don't know how temporary it is, but I have not. Every once in a while, I'll get a hot flash like first thing in the morning right as I'm waking up. But nothing like I was getting several months ago. Like, nothing like that. So I don't know what's different there. Libido's not at all back, but you did, you tapped on its door the other day when we got down with fuckery.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
I don't know how to cope with it. I don't have a clue.
And Jennifer, humidity does play hell with AC.
Yeah.
If you have a fairly well-sealed house, my understanding is that a dehumidifier can help.
Yeah. No, I don't know if it's insulation. I don't know what they've done. They did to this house before we got it.
Well, whatever they did it right.
It actually, full heat of the day, which thankfully at our living room window we don't really get because we have these massive trees in our front yard. But I can sit in our living room, hottest part of the day, as long as I've got the ceiling fan on.
Yeah.
My toes actually get cold. And like I said, our AC is set to 76. I would have it lower if we weren't watching the electric bill.
Yeah.
But not by much lower, because I don't like to be cold when I'm just sitting still.
No.
But now the boys' rooms stay warm.
Yeah.
Their rooms are warmer than ours are, but they themselves as humans stay colder than we do. They tend to be very cold. So I know, right, Mr. Spock? I've jinxed myself. So no. My gynecologist did, for a couple of the things, I was like, this is an issue for me. They were like, would you like to have your thyroid tested or whatever? I was like, sure, why not? I don't think I've gotten those results yet. I got results from other stuff, but I don't think I got the thyroid test result.
Yeah.
So.
Jennifer, they do run the AC or the electric up, and I don't know of one that is economical in that aspect.
Yeah,
I mean,
no.
I know they do. I think it's one of those catch-22 situations. You know, you get a cooler house but a higher electric bill, so it's kind of a are you willing to make the trade-off kind of thing?
Right, or can you make the trade-off?
Yeah, yeah.
Yep. Oh no, you can keep that 4:30 stuff.
No, I wasn't up that early. I have been for quite a while now, by 5:30 waking up, and that's been okay for during the week. Now this morning, I call it sleeping in. Sleeping in till I slept till 6:30.
Well, and you're so funny. You think tomorrow you'll wake up, feed the cats and dog, and then get back in bed and actually fall asleep.
Yeah.
It will not happen.
Well, I can try.
You can dream.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, I will be. I genuinely will be shocked if it comes back and there's something up with my thyroid. So, I don't know. The doctor was, she was nice enough, but I was like, well, I have this and I have that and I have this and I have that. I did also say plainly, I'm not giving up my IUD because I haven't had a period in 10 years and I'm not changing that until it's menopause, okay? And one of the things she did say was to test some things, you'd have to go off your hormonal birth control first. And I was like, well, I guess I'll just suffer then until menopause and we'll just get through it. So. Oh, and I just realized I was tapping my nails on the mic stand. Sorry if that was a weird sound. So. Well, you only need to see half my face. You know what I look like. Sorry, I'm tired. I'm trying to hold myself up. I'm tired. No, we don't need to do that. Can I just lean on you?
No.
And every time you touch the camera, it's then off. Like, it's not... We're crooked, is what I'm trying to tell you. Do you see that we're crooked? We're crooked.
I am crooked.
Yeah, well, I know that. So. Yeah, I'm waiting. I'm supposed to get my IUD replaced. They'll remove the old one, replace the new one. I'm waiting to hear from the pharmacy that will order the IUD, and then I'll hear from the gynecologist's office to schedule it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm dreading it because it hurts like a mofo, but also I love having an IUD. Even though I would not at all be surprised if it is not the culprit of a lot of my issues. But I like not having a period things. So. But. No, oh my gosh. Well, I wasn't paying any attention to when the hot flashes kind of stopped. Like what I was doing, if I was doing anything at all. Do you remember? Were you paying attention?
Nope. Nope, I don't remember what you were doing either.
Like, I was trying to think, had I been intermittent fasting already? And no, I think they stopped before I started intermittent fasting. So, I don't know. I don't know if I did anything or it's just like my body went, fuck it.
Yep.
We're just going to do what we do. So. Oh, gosh. Oh, I hate storms like that.
Yeah.
I was driving home from taking the 16-year-old to a band meeting at the school, and I was coming out and I watched, lightning's, Florida storms, lightning's constantly in the sky skittering around. I saw the bolt perpendicular to the damn ground.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, damn, it was big too.
Yeah.
It's like, whoa. Yeah, I think part of the problem is, Jennifer, is this is a new doctor to me. They have no history on me. They don't know anything about me. They don't know what my normal is. So, whatever. I'm going to keep wearing the IUD until everything's all dried up and crusty up there anyway. I'm just easy peasy. So, if I didn't have so many of my own issues around, well, one, my own just issues around having a period, and two, how bad my periods are, like super bad, maybe, but nope. I don't need to be incapacitated 7 to 9 days a month every month, nor can I be trusted to take birth control, because it doesn't matter how important it is to me, I will skip a pill accidentally. I'm pretty sure most of my eggs are starting to dry up, but I'm not trusting that. Thanks. So I'm not getting pregnant.
Hard enough to get you to remember to take supplements.
God, I know. We keep those on the table where we're gonna sit and eat, and I still can't remember to take them. So, yeah, I'm pretty positive a lot of my issues would probably clear up if I wasn't on the IUD, but. Oh, well, Jennifer, if that was the case, I would have hit menopause already. I started my period over 30 years ago, so it was 9? It was 9? So, yeah. See, yeah, if I could, no doctor's going to do it just because I asked for it, not around here. If I could have everything taken out, thanks, and you had a vasectomy, and then it was all, like, done, we're double covered, nothing's happening, then fine. And, you know, you did offer to get the vasectomy,
I did.
I would have no problem with that. I don't want to have a damn period, thanks.
Period. Done.
7 to 9 days a month of not being able to hardly move or function. That's not going to work for me. Nope. And I promise you, none of those cups, none of those period pants could contain any of this. I basically need, I don't know. Yeah, Lynn, that's basically me. I can't. Nope. I can't. I hadn't heard of that one. The problem I found is that the getting anything like that done without some direct diagnoses, which is already hard enough to get, and then having insurance pay for it, feels like it's almost impossible. So, yeah. I don't know. If the issues I have were impacting my life even more, making me miserable, yeah, I'd probably look into something else, but you kind of like me the way I am, right? Mostly?
No. I love you the way you are.
Good, thank you. I came this way, though. I was already on the IUD and had all my issues before you met me, so true. He wouldn't know what to do if I wasn't like this. Oh, my God.
Yeah, you hid them well in the beginning. That's what fooled me.
Oh, wow, V. Yeah, you know, yeah, I don't know. I just haven't felt compelled to, like, do anything other than what I've already done. I would like to have a doctor again who just, like, listens to me, you know, and remembers me from visit to visit. That would be nice. My current gynecologist, I do feel bad for her because she cannot compete with my favorite doctor ever, who is my OBGYN and delivered my youngest, was my gynecologist for years before then. Like, she was amazing. She would have. She was the one that suggested an IUD when I was like, I can't remember to take the pill. I'm afraid of getting pregnant again. My periods are really bad. And she was like, here. And I went, I love you so much. I miss her. I'd move back up to the Panhandle to go see her. Would not move back up to the Panhandle.
Gonna say, see ya.
Nope. I lived there. I've been there, done that. That's more conservative than even I want to live in, thanks. So... Hey, Maddie. And yay for going to your first Munch.
Oh, cool.
So, yeah, it was posted in Discord. Yep. So, I don't know. It's hard. I have that I know it's an old school kind of feeling of like, well, the things that are happening are not completely debilitating. They're just minor annoyances. Surely I shouldn't kick up a fuss. I don't really need to do anything. We'll just keep status quo. I don't know.
Yeah, now I don't know what it'll be like this time, but my insurance previous 2 times covered my IUD. I didn't pay anything. I don't know what'll happen this time, but I don't care. So, I'm not looking forward to the IUD coming out and being reinserted. That's gonna suck so bad. I don't know why they can't just hit me on the head before they do.
I'll do that.
Yeah, they won't even let you in the building with
I
me.
know.
You have to sit in the car and wait for me.
Yeah.
As long as you get me a coffee or whatever, when we're done, I'll be okay.
Sure.
Okay, thanks.
Go right by a Starbucks.
We do. We do.
Mm-hmm. I'm okay with that.
Oh my gosh, now you're doing it to me.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I'm starting to fade.
Yeah, same. Just a reminder for anybody who arrived late, we will answer any BDSM questions you have. Or we'll try to, at least.
Yep.
Yeah, Lynn, when I had the last one removed and reinserted, did that procedure, I was remembering just the procedure to have it in, and I was like, oh, I'll be fine. I'll drive myself home. You came home from work, I think?
Yes.
I was curled up in the recliner, and I couldn't even move. I was like, I hurt so bad. I don't know how I drove home. I mean, I did drive home safely, but I'm still not sure how. So... yeah, the only thing they told me to do was take ibuprofen, Motrin, something like that before I come in. They were like, that's what you can do. I'm like, okay. I think if I come in visibly drunk, they won't do that procedure. But, if you'd like to slip me a little something in my morning coffee, I won't be mad at you either. Yeah.
A little Irish coffee to get your day started. Yeah.
I'm tapping on the mic stand again. Sorry, y'all. I forget that sound carries. The only medical marijuana, only with a medical card. I don't even know how you get one. I know we've got some medical marijuana dispensaries in town. I did see one place that had a sign that was like, get your medical card here. And I was like, oh, Lord.
Yeah, there is one place here that it used to be a old motel, and it has been converted into little office spaces. And there's a sign outside of that says, "Yeah, stop here for your medical marijuana card."
For the card, so it's like, okay, what racket? Do I just answer a questionnaire and you diagnose me with something? Like, how does this work? I don't know.
Yeah.
So,
but yeah, it's not approved for recreational use here.
No. Hey, getting it at the medical level was pretty miraculous around here.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah. So no, that's one thing that I think it's Colorado.
There's a couple states.
Going for them,
There's a couple states.
Couple states.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's not just Colorado.
Okay.
Yeah, no. And then I think, did New York City, the city itself, decriminalize? I can't remember.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, maybe watermelons grow somewhere else we just don't know about. Something. I want to know why watermelon and lavender are together in the same field, though. I'm not sure about that flavor profile. Yeah, I realize, Lynn, how unused to cramps I am. Every once in a while, even on the IUD, I'll get a breakthrough cramp. Like, no bleeding, not even spotting, nothing, but just a cramp. And I'm like, how did I function with these 10 years ago? Now 11, quite frankly. How? Because this one little cramp is knocking me out. I've got to go lay down now. So... Silent memories of someone walking past the water. Yeah, Christy, that sucks. Oh, yeah, cramps in your back. I remember those days. Whew. V, I don't know. I've heard of that before, but I don't know if you can get it here.
I'm not familiar with it. No.
I've heard of it. There's a comedian that I used to listen to, and he like talked about it a lot. He was totally into it. That's all I knew.
Okay.
But.
No, I don't. Now I have to Google it.
They thought about the lavender as they walked by with the watermelon. They saw something purple and they went, that looks like lavender to me. Yeah, Lynn, that might be what I've felt in the past, but oh, yeah, I'm just like, I'm not built for these anymore. I used to like go to work through just the worst cramps, and now I'm like, one little one will knock me out flat. I mean, swamp melon is what you could have called my boobs the other day. We went way past humiditys that day. They were swamp melons. I mean, that had rings of wet on my shirt because I refused to wear a bra while I was outside in the heat. Yeah, I never have gotten into LaCroix, and I don't think I want the LaCroix of ciders. I want my cider to taste like a cider. But if I had been given a cider tonight, I would be asleep. Y'all wouldn't know if it was me snoring or Lola. Currently, it's Lola. She looks precious. She looks so peaceful.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I didn't tell you what she did to me earlier today. She got up on the couch with me while you were outside working. And she snuggles up to me, which, of course. And then she leans her head back. She doesn't lean it so like her snout is touching my face. She leans back and up so the top of her head is like really close to my mouth.
Yeah.
And so I leaned down and kissed the top of her head.
And
then I pulled away. I was doing something, and she put her head back and then I kissed it again. And then I moved away, and then she did it again. And she made me kiss the top of her head easily a dozen times. I was like, what? Where did this happen?
She's been doing that to me for a long time now.
Oh, or you're saying I'm not special until this moment, and you got something precious and beautiful that I wasn't getting, and you didn't tell me about it? And you didn't tell me about it? And you didn't tell me about it? And you didn't tell me about it?
You're usually sitting right next to me on the sofa.
I'm not paying attention. I'm in my own little world.
There you go, folks.
On
You
my
heard.
phone?
She said it. I'm not paying attention.
Was that really a surprise to anybody? I literally live in my own world, in my head, in my bubble. Don't anybody get within 6 feet of me. Like, that's my life. I'm not gonna lie. Having 2 kids who can't ever have a period has been... I do have to remember to tell the boys about what periods are. Also, I'm like, just be nice to the people in your life who are having one, even when they're cranky. Never ask them, is this PMS or you just mad? Because I'll hit you. And then I've told the oldest this. I'm like, look, dude, when you have your own place, just keep pads or tampons in your bathroom. You never know when somebody's going to need one at your house or your apartment. Just keep them in there. This is a courtesy. He was like, that's a really good idea, Mom. I'm like, I know. I'm helping the next generation out. Thank you very much. So. No, Salamina, I don't think I have tried that challenge. Which one is that one? Yeah, no. Yeah, Lynn, I basically said whatever dumb thing comes out of your mouth, whatever reaction you get, you deserve. Don't be insensitive. Don't be an ass. But I actually got the idea to tell at least the oldest, because the youngest I haven't had that conversation with yet, to tell the oldest to keep those kinds of things on him. When I read like an article or I read an Instagram post, I read something about a guy who he at the time he was a college student, and either in his apartment or in his backpack when he's out and about, he always has like a couple of tampons or pads or whatever. And so if a friend of his needs something, he can actually offer it. And he's like, well, why wouldn't I? It's not a big deal to buy them, and it helps my friends out, And I'm like, that is a good idea.
Mm-hmm,
so
mm-hmm.
No, yeah, I hadn't seen that one. I've seen the one where you put your hand in front, and some people do it with their dogs, some people do it with their kid, but you put your hand out in front of them. Most of the dogs just put their little head in your hand. And I did, not while filming it, but I did try that with Lola, and she kind of just leaned into my hand. She's like, pet my lips, Mom, pet my lips, because she's got those jowly, like,
cheeks, yeah.
Yeah, they're so much fun to pet. She loves it when I pet the top of her nose, her snout. Oh my God. She just blisses out, her eyes closed. She's like, okay, you can keep doing that. Then she gets mad when I stop.
I guess I don't have the technique. I tried it with her, and she was just like, nope, not having
You're
it.
not doing it right. You're probably not gentle enough or slow enough.
But now when I rub her cheeks and scratch her cheeks, oh my gosh, she's just like in heaven.
She tolerates me messing with her cheeks. Now, but when she's leaning up against me and I go from her head to her snout to her cheeks, she's okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Are we going to be able to make it to midnight?
I don't think so.
I'm like, boo.
I know.
What else? What else? What else? What else?
Excuse me.
I just listened to an episode of Stuff You Missed in History class from this week. They did a history of migraine. And even when thousands of years ago, when they weren't using the word migraine, people have been describing migraines.
Yeah.
And oddly enough, when women would talk about their migraines, they were dismissed throughout history. And when men have them, it's because it's tied to their intellect, and they're just deep thinkers, and that's why their head hurts. But it did get me thinking. I was like, when was the last time I had a migraine? And knock on wood, I'm not trying to jinx myself, but I was like, oh, it's been a while. That's probably a good sign.
Mm-hmm.
I got nothing.
Any other questions, folks?
Yeah. Can even be an Ask Us Anything.
Mm-hmm.
Not that I think there's much for us to say that we haven't already said.
Yeah.
I think every week when we're doing the live stream, we get to the bonus section, I'm like, oh my God, I'm such an oversharer. Why do I talk about all this stuff? That's actually a good question. Sir Schmoopsy Pants asked if you tried rounding the edges of the Starburst paddle to make it less deadly. I've asked that question too.
She's asked, and no, I haven't done it yet. You weren't here when I showed this.
Yeah, definitely show it again.
I'll pop it up here. I did this with it, playing around with it. I filled the stars with resin. Now this is just...
It's really rough.
It's really rough. I haven't sanded it and polished it yet. This is just, I poured the resin yesterday. So this is like really fresh. But yeah, that's something I played with, filling it with resin to bring it more into the paddle and see. So we'll see. I mean, it's just something I'm playing with. But yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I like that look. I like the idea of cutouts because, like, you keep reminding me, some people really like the fact that something will leave marks.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like to offer more, put air quotes on this, advanced level toys, but also I'm like, oh my god. Oh my god, the potential liability. So, and Christy, this is called Purple with Envy. It's a multi-chrome, duochrome, I'm not sure, from Hollow Taco. Get in front of your face, so maybe it'll... it didn't come out as good. I was saying this earlier, the Hollow Taco polishes are great, but I actually just prefer the formula of the regular creme colors better than this. This was like kind of gloopy in a way. It's beautiful. Once I got it right, once I got coats on to smooth it out, it was fine, but it just didn't go on as smooth as the other ones do. But she's got a whole line of the different, like, color changey, shifty kind. This was just the purple I really liked, so. I mean, something I ask myself that question every day. What even is grammar? I don't know. Aria. 24/7 DS relationship isn't really that different than a domestic discipline relationship. In some cases, probably not. It's probably a semantics issue.
Yeah.
I think it comes down to the level of power and control, because we would call ourselves 24/7, and I would but the way we actually do it, I would never classify it under domestic discipline. Although maybe somebody else would look at it and they would classify it that way. It's probably a matter of just word choices and how we define things. Junie, I have thought about the mix and match keychains. The hard part is setting it up for sale without pre-mixing, like saying, oh, we'll decide it's these two colors and letting somebody else choose. If we do that, it'll be when we offer customization stuff on our site, and to do that, we have to buy a thing that lets our site do that. And we have found we tend not to buy those things until later in the year, because Black Friday sale, I pay a lot less for that feature. But we want to add a way to customize certain orders.
Yeah.
And that could be one of those things. I feel like that was a very convoluted answer to say maybe not yet, but it is on our radar. Does that help? I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel I think it comes down to what do you mean, what does the discipline side mean? Because for some people, there is a punishment aspect. And so, if you're not doing punishment at all, it's not even on the table, are you really domestic discipline? But I could also see people taking domestic discipline and saying, well, it's not a punishment thing, but there's an expectation. I don't know. I think it's semantics for some people.
Yeah. And I have to agree with that. I mean, your DS isn't my DS.
But your DS is okay?
Well, no.
I love that.
No, that's not where I was going with that.
That's what it sounded like. I love you. Don't move away from me while I'm kissing you. What the hell, man? Hi, I love you, Daddy. You're totally in charge around here. You really are. I deserve that one. Go ahead. I deserve that one. Ow! 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 Okay, wait.
So, but you're, yeah.
Red.
Good night, Lynn.
Night, Lynn.
But what I was trying to say is that, like V stated, they don't like the discipline. That's not what they're into. But they have a DS. But DS could incorporate
Sure.
discipline.
And sometimes it does.
And sometimes it does. So it's a matter of what you like and what you want. One isn't any less of DS than the other.
I don't think anybody's saying that. I do think that domestic discipline is like any other label. There can be a standard answer, and you can reject that standard definition, and you can reject that standard definition, call it that, but do something different.
Mm-hmm.
Baby girl side always wins out.
Yeah.
Siloing on the masochist side, and my masochist is likes, enjoys, craves very different pain than what I usually receive. Yeah. Yeah, and I think, Jenny, that's a big differentiator in all of it. It's about choosing to submit and choosing the life you're leading versus having an expectation of that's what you're going to do because that's what you're somehow supposed to do. In all kinds of ways, whether that is part of a power exchange and the expectations the other person has for what that means, or the more traditional ways that say that, you know, men are above women and bullshit. So now, Ari, I have not seen that myself because I just don't run in those circles, but I wish I could say I was surprised by that, but also I find that amusing that they want to call it domestic discipline, but they don't want it to be considered BDSM.
Yeah.
My whole thing is a power exchange is a power exchange is a power exchange. If
Yeah.
one person's in charge and the other person's not, baby, you're doing BDSM
Well,
whether you call it that or not.
Let's throw this into the mix. I see a lot of folks on FET who their aspect of DS is a 1950s household.
Yeah, which I think some people would come under domestic discipline with that.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people, not a lot. I don't like to say a lot, but yeah, I think that's one of those overlap. It's a semantics issue. I'm going to call it this thing because I just don't want to call it that thing. The problem is when you decide for yourself that because I don't use the same language as this thing, I don't want to call something. In this case, I'll call it domestic discipline, and I won't call it 24/7 DS because you somehow don't like the label, that you are somehow making something apart from that label. That is just the label. Let's compare side by side what the things are.
Right.
And again, also I think that there's then the choosing to do something versus the expectations of doing it. But if you are deep enough to be able to label your relation domestic discipline, one would hope there's a level of choice there. And so hopefully, please God, let there be consent. And power exchange is power exchange is power exchange. Call it whatever the fuck you want. But that's just the nature of it. So, Silent Wing, if there is a defined line between it, I don't know it.
Yeah, me either. I don't know.
Yeah. Like, and I mean, I've known people who do the 50s housewife thing, more for the aesthetic of it than, I mean, I'm sure there's a power exchangey kind of thing, and also a, you know, I don't know, there's a word, a nostalgia thing, which is a little, and definitely not my thing, because the nostalgia for the idealized version of a thing that probably most people didn't find fulfilling. Is that what we're going for? But okay, fantasy's fantasy, not my problem what other people do. But yeah, how much of it is the actual, you know, one partner's in charge of the household, earns the money, blah, blah, blah. And how much of it is, I just really wanted to wear some vintage clothes and live this life.
Mm-hmm.
If you can make it work and it's healthy for you, I don't give a shit what anybody does. Go for it, you know, but I don't know. And that's what I got to say on that. I think I'm too tired for a rant.
Wow. You heard it here first, folks.
I know.
Too tired for a rant.
I know. My eyes are that grainy feeling. I guess I'm always curious about why is it the 1950s and it's not the 1940s or the 1960s? Is it because too many people were burning bras in the 1960s? And why not the 1940s or the 1920s? And that's just me being kind of bitchy and nitpicky, but it's so funny is it because we're trying to do this I Love Lucy thing? Well, shit, Lucy worked in factories, and I mean, it's a chocolate factory and it's hilarious, but still, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
That job didn't last very long for her.
Didn't last very long.
Neither did the Vitamita Benjamin.
Well, you were getting drunk off every take. Yeah, I think that's a better classification. So I mean, it's not nostalgia. It's wistful longing for something that didn't really exist, but we've idealized in our mind, or somebody did. Pop culture did. I don't know. So, but yeah, I will not claim to know anything about those dynamics, not even a real good surface level understanding. That's where my Aria, that's the thing. You're doing it and also like seeing the parallels. It's a semantics thing for anybody who is doing the exact same thing but doesn't want the language. They can choose not to have the language, but I don't think that changes the reality of that it's a power exchange. I don't know. I don't know. But again, I go back to as long as everybody's consenting and it's,
and they're
relatively
happy and they're
not, just
and
whatever.
they're not hurting anybody else with it. Have fun, have at it.
But I'll give side eye to somebody who's in a power exchange and says they don't do BDSM. I think maybe that's partly a fundamental misunderstanding of BDSM. I think most people hear the acronym and they're like, oh, it's all kinky sex, and I don't have kinky sex.
Kinky sex and whips and chains and
right. It's the extreme version of whatever stereotype they have in their head. Whereas those of us who are in the know are like, it can. Let's actually separate what all these letters stand for.
Right.
And dominance and submission. And by another name is power exchange. Oh, Silent, I agree with that. Like, I really agree with that. There is, and in every group of every type of person, there is gatekeeping. BDSM is no exception. It's like, this is what this thing means, and if you don't agree, you're not with us. You're not really into this thing because you use these words, and that's where I have zero tolerance and patience. None. So, once I realized I was just interested in focusing on talking about power exchange, I didn't really care what anybody called it, and I didn't really care how anybody mapped out their power exchange. Like, I care to the extent that I want people to be happy and healthy, like we've talked about. Nobody's getting hurt, and I care in the way of I don't have to understand what you do or like what you do or want what you do to go, you're consenting adults, you're not hurting anybody, have a good time. So I don't care what the labels are for that, but like, let's just call a thing what it is.
Yeah.
So, do what you gotta do, Silentling. I support you. It's funny, Judy, other than the whole power and control aspect of who's in charge and who's not, most of the time if we just explain how a power exchange relationship goes beyond just that part, most people go, oh, that's just a relationship, isn't it? Yeah. I think a lot of non-kinky relationships could could benefit from some of the aspects of power exchange. Like, just let the person who's best at a job do the job, you know, and let the person who wants to do the job, even if they're not necessarily the best, do the job.
You know, I can't,
whatever that is in the relationship.
I can't help but think, and, you know, with some of this talk, and I think it was your friend Molly who said it first, that I remember hearing it. Well, we are equals in a consensual and negotiated power imbalance.
I don't know if it was Molly who said it, but I remember when we've had this conversation.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah.
And
We start as equals. We remain equals.
Mm-hmm.
It's our roles that have a power imbalance.
Right.
The power exchange relationships are not that different from what many people would recognize in their own non-kink relationship. It's when you add the kink aspects. It's when you add the rest of the letters of BDSM that other people might go, oh, I don't recognize that at all.
Yeah.
But wanting to take care of one another, or wanting the other to be their best self and helping in the way that you're able to, you know, I don't think that's really that foreign of a concept. I mean, it's a foreign concept to people who are not trying to provide healthy relationships or be part of healthy relationships, or who have never had a healthy relationship. But the rest of us who are trying to navigate this we're not doing anything that much different from any other couple on the planet. It's just the way we're doing it that's a little bit different. Yeah, I love labels. I like having a shared language. It's almost like a secret code. You say a word, people kind of understand what that means, but I do think that people go label crazy, and they want to label everything. And it's not just that they want to label everything and you can label anything you want. It's that they want to have a very narrow definition of what a label means, and I just doesn't. Oh, Jesus. I just don't think it works that way. What are words? I don't know what words are. I'm about to crawl in that crate with Lola and take a damn nap.
I know.
So, okay, there was another tired rant. So,
maybe we need to call it tonight.
As people start showing up, what? That's what you're trying to do? Hi, Christina. Don't poke me. I saw a food baby. I do. I still have a food baby. I'm very rounded in the middle, more so than I normally am. Yeah, something. I agree. They're not definitions, and I think that's the hard part, because people don't realize that they can. You take the basic meaning and then you adjust the label to fit you. You don't adjust yourself to fit the label.
Yeah.
And that's what people want. That's where the gatekeeping comes in. They're like, this is a label and this is what we've decided it means, so everybody else must conform to it, and that's bullshit. So, but yeah, I think labels are what help us find, hopefully, our people. You know, the label BDSM is kink, power exchange. We use those to go figure out who kind of maybe gets us.
Right.
And then from there, we have to narrow it way the fuck down to our people, whoever those people may be. So. Oh, yay, Junie, yay! So.
Oh, yay.
Oh, that's been a long wait for you. So. Oh, Lola's snoring louder.
Yes, she is.
And sleeping with her eyes open.
Yep.
Those eyes are definitely open.
Yep.
She's so beautiful. I love her so much.
She's a sweet girl.
She is. Yep, Maddie, I agree with that completely.
Yep, that's absolutely true.
I agree with that completely. And sometimes people get confused and they walk into the wrong place, but in general. But yeah, no, I don't. I want to. Yeah, V, I think that's a good way to put it too. Their labels are a map, not a destination.
True.
And quite frankly, none of this to me is a destination, because the thing you think you want on day one, on day 100, you may think differently about. Like we're all growing and changing and adapting and learning and rethinking things and.
Yep.
Oh. So, no, Path Girl Lola thinks we are past her bedtime, and she's like, fuck all y'all, I'm going to sleep anyway.
We're normally out of here and lights off, and she's got the place to herself.
This is the sound we fall asleep to at night.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I take serious things seriously. I take consent serious. I take communication very seriously. But the rest of it, like, I don't take the words you want to use to describe me or what we do. Okay, I have my labels. I have my language. I know who I am. I know what I am.
Right.
The rest of it, I just don't care. That's why I think we finally figured out we were talking about just power exchange. We're just talking about power exchange, in whatever way that means to other people.
Yep.
So, yeah. You'd think she's watching us. Such a deep snorer.
Yeah.
So, but
You're absolutely right, Andre. It's not a straight line. We come to forks in the road, and
then it gets all squiggly and
yep.
2 steps forward, 1 step back. Sometimes it's 1 step forward, 2 steps back.
Things do change. They never stay the same.
Oh my gosh, I'm stretching. I'm looking silly, but I'm stretching.
This chair is starting to take its toll
This
on my
chair
back.
is not comfortable, but that's
I know.
okay. It's our chair, damn it.
Yeah.
I still want to play with our V. I think that depends on what, if any, reactions you get by having it on your vest and how you feel about not having it there. So here's the thing. You can, if you choose to, signal that you're kinky and still have zero anticipation or desire or willingness to do anything publicly and to be kinky publicly, like it to perform the acts of kink publicly. So if being kinky is part of your identity and the button is important to you and it signals just who you are to other people, and that's a thing you want to signal to other people, then I would say no, that's not, if the only reason you were using it was to signal publicly that you were kinky so that more public aspects of kink would play out in your life, then that might be a different direction to take. But if kinky is who you are, regardless of where you engage in that kink and how you engage in that kink, then there's no requirement. It's about how you feel. If you feel like you get too much unwanted attention from having it, then I think there's an argument to be made about putting it somewhere else. But if it's been a net positive in your life to have it there, if it's just important to you, I don't think, how you engage in kink and who you engage in kink with does not diminish the meaning of that symbol either. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, but, and I do think, Pat asked a good question about, kink adjacent and actively participating, but what do we mean by actively participating? Because there's no requirement and should never be a requirement that we participate in kink spaces publicly. Dungeons, play parties. We can if we want to, if there's a comfort level there. But we are just as kinky behind closed doors in private with a partner having kinky sex as we are if we're strapped to a St. Andrew's cross in the middle of the dungeon floor. Like, there's no more or less there. So, I think V, the big thing is if it's causing you more problems than the good it's making you feel, then it's a worthy consideration of maybe moving it to a less visible spot. But if it feels important to you and it's, again, a net positive in other ways, then we go back to the pro-con list, and then whatever the pro-con list says, just go with your gut, which is imperfect, but...
Yeah. Good night, Missy. And Sir Smooksy Pants.
And thank you, X. I don't feel like I'm very good with words at all. I'm like, what are words right now? I don't even know what words are.
Andre, yes, I often joke about Lola being able to go from snoring to 60 with hearing the sound of the kitchen light turned on.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah. I suck at small talk, but I can talk about the things I care about. So y'all would really like me to stop talking.
You have passion about your...
Is that what it is? Yeah, you know, I'm gonna err on the side of what makes you feel safe and whole within your identity in that situation. Whatever that answer is, there's no right or wrong answer. Whatever that answer is, that's the answer to go with. And then remember, you can always change your mind later. So you take it, maybe you take the button off or put it somewhere where it's less visible, and then you don't like how that feels. Then you do something else. Like, yeah, you're not stuck in a decision you make in that situation. You can change your mind at any point. Shy Girl asks, what advice can you give to someone who's new to the lifestyle and has a dom who's busy and tells me to be patient or kind of long distance? So it depends. That question then creates more questions. So patience is absolutely important. Especially if you're kind of long distance, because nothing's happening without it. But there's the expectations. Is it an expectation was set? You both agreed to an amount of time that you would speak, certain times of the day you would speak, how you would communicate, when you would communicate. Were those expectations set, and now they're not being met? And when you bring it up, you're being told, "Well, I'm busy. You need to be patient." That is a bit of a red flag. Not a red flag that you've got like the worst person ever, but a red flag that somebody's not prioritizing communicating with you. That they're not taking the time to go, hey, I know we have this routine, this schedule we said we were going to do, but these things have come up because you deserve to know when an expectation that you've both agreed to cannot be met. And to the extent that they can, maybe even why it can't be met. I could see a gray area where sometimes I can't tell you why. I would give that side eye, because if you can't be fully honest with me in this, can you be fully honest with me in anything? But if it's just normally on an average day you speak 3 times and now they're only speaking to you once, and they're saying there are things going on in my life, I need you to be a little bit patient, then it's a matter of how long has it been going on? Are your needs being met? Yeah. Can they and are they willing to meet your needs when they can give you the time? It's a very nuanced kind of thing. So, and yes, some people want the title without the responsibility. It's worthy of a conversation of, hey, we're not communicating the way we used to, or we're not connecting the way or whatever it is that they're not doing the way you used to. Can we set a time to talk about this? Because I'd like to work this out. It's bothering me. You feel whatever you feel, and you communicate that with them, and then their reaction gives you more information. Right. Do they dismiss you and act like it doesn't matter? Then that's a sign that they want the title, not the responsibility. Do they say, here's what's happening, here's when I can talk, let's sit down and talk, and then you talk and you resolve it, but they don't follow up on action? That could be a sign they want the title, not the responsibility. So, yeah.
Now, on the other side of that coin, when I met this one, and we started to move into more of a DS aspect in our relationship, she wanted everything. And we communicated quite a bit. We had, we communicated early in the morning, again at lunch, and then in the evening before bed. And I used the patience word with this one more than you can shake a stick at.
And yet you said it all the time, and you still say it all the time, and I still hate it all the time, but you never told me to have patience when I was saying I had a need that needed to be met. Like there was something that I was not getting that I needed to be happy and feel good with you. And in that case, it was communication, it was connection, it was intimacy. And I don't always mean physical, but just like that closeness that people can form together when they're sharing, you know, information, their life, whatever. I might have had to miss a call because you had a meeting, or you might have had to do something unexpected in the afternoon or the evening and we couldn't, like, those things, sure. But you never made me go without the important things that build a relationship. You might have delayed things. You might have said, this week we can't talk at this time. Case in point, there was usually 1 week a year or every 6 months something where something would be going on at work and you didn't get lunch like you normally did. You could not call me at lunch for a week. The difference was you let me know ahead of time.
True.
You, to the best of your ability, kept the rest of the schedule and routine, and missing the time to talk did not mean that we did not catch up on all the information and talk like the way we normally would in our other times. And that's a small example. So I think most of the time we know when somebody is trying to make us a priority and we know when they're not. And the question is, for us to answer for ourselves is, am I excusing the lack of somebody making me a priority in this moment because they're telling me I should just be patient, but they're not communicating with you, they're not letting you know what's going on, they're not making an effort in the other time. Like, I think we feel that deep down and then we just question ourselves and we say, well, maybe I'm asking too much, or maybe I'm not, this isn't how power exchange works, or whatever we tell ourselves. And I sometimes think we know, we just need somebody to like affirm it for us. But here's the thing. You're not, whatever it is you're asking for, you're not asking for too much. You might just be dealing with somebody who's not capable of giving you what you need.
Yeah.
Somebody else out there will be. And that, again, is a thing only you can decide. And there's no right or wrong answer. Because if that person actually is capable of and is willing to give you what you need, when faced with the I'm not getting what I need conversation, they'll step up, they'll do their best. And sometimes people's best still isn't good enough. They're doing their best, and it's still not what we need. So there's that as well.
But bottom line is you need to talk to the person and, you know, kind of set the bar, so to speak.
Yeah. And I think I've forgotten everybody's handles again, but making it clear before a relationship starts that my work schedule is stupid and all over the place, that's setting expectations.
Yeah.
That's being honest and saying,
True.
you know, I know you're going to probably want this, and I can't give it to you the way you'd want it. That's important. That's honorable. That's respectful. Not the, yeah, I'll call, or yeah, we'll talk 5 times a day, and then never being able to do it because you knew you were never going to be able to do it. Like, there's a stark difference between the person who cares enough to just forewarn you so your expectations are managed and set, and the person who just tells you what you want to hear, but then they can't follow through because they never could. They just, for whatever reason, wouldn't admit it. And I never understand that. Yeah, Path Girl, and you know what? And you can tell when somebody's not making you a priority. The problem is that we don't know if we're allowed to be upset about it. You're allowed to be upset about it, by the way. I never expected JB to make me his end all be all, especially in the beginning. But somebody being your priority means they'll, the moment they can, shoot you the text and go, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry, I missed our call. Something came up," or they'll fully explain to you, like, "Oh, you know how we were supposed to talk this morning and I never," or whatever. They make the effort. And I think we can tell when somebody's making an effort and we can tell when they're not. And I think that's more of a feeling than anything. And it's even okay if somebody is clearly making an effort and it's still not enough for you. Like, that's okay. You get to go, this isn't going to work for me because this is not enough. And you clearly can't give me any more than this, and I want more than this. There's also that. So. And I went on another
rant.
Not a rant.
it's a. Let me tell you what I really think about that though. My back hurts.
I know. And I was just going to say, girl, we do need to call it a night. My back is not happy.
Can we hang in for 7 more minutes to do a nice round 11:30 our time?
Okay.
If you need to stretch and like wander.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Okay, from our perspective, it's 7 more minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So. See, that's the other thing, Shy Girl. If you've got a partner who says they understand that something is important to you, and at one point was doing it and now isn't, one, that's always worth a conversation. Like, what's going on here?
Yeah.
But if you've had the conversation and nothing changes, especially if they're telling you that they will change, they're showing you who and what they are. And that does not make them an evil person, but certainly makes them maybe not right for you.
Mm-hmm.
It is not that difficult to either do a thing we said we would do that's a small thing like that, or explain why we can't anymore. And I kind of don't have patience for people who won't even give you the 30 seconds of, here's why I can't do this anymore. I know I was doing it. I know it's important to you. I can't do it anymore because blah, or I can't commit to doing it every single day because blah, because there's got to be a reason. And the sad thing is when they won't talk to you about it, what it is that they don't want to anymore, but they're not willing to say that because they know how that comes across. So.
Yeah. So, yeah, that if you're not getting even a simple thing as a good morning, then that's kind of...
And here's the thing, Andre, that is true. They might not be in a good place and they might not be able to communicate that. To me, that means if you can't even communicate that you're not in a good place with that partner, then that relationship can't go anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
It is perfectly all right for the other person to go, I am so sorry you're going through that shit. I can't. I got to go get what I need. Because you're not even communicating that you're in. This is power exchange. None of this works without communication. No relationship works without communication, but it's just even more important in power exchange. So how can you dom somebody or want the ability to dom somebody when you cannot say just that simple, I am not in a good place right now and communication is hard? You don't even have to go into why. You just have to be able to say that. So no, I don't think a partner has to stick around for a partner who can't even say that much. Even though I agree, it could be something like that. They could be in a tough place.
Yeah.
The relationship I had before you, that was exactly what he was in. He was in a tough place. And he said, I cannot give you what you need right now. I cannot continue this relationship because I cannot be your dominant.
Mm-hmm.
Because I got shit I've got to take care of. He didn't want to go into it with me. He didn't want to go into detail. He didn't want me to comfort him. He didn't want anything from me. He could at least tell me that. And then...
Yeah.
So that, I can be sympathetic to the other person that might be what they're going through. But that means they're even less in a good place to be a dominant partner.
Right.
Sorry, didn't mean to go on a rant at you. Sorry. I haven't gotten my second one. My third actually hurts worse than it did earlier.
Yeah.
Could you imagine a me with no voice?
Huh.
I would squeak out around the whispers. I would squeak out. I would. I'd be, So, yeah, I think we've talked about this before, but in a bunch of episodes, but I'm not sure we've ever done a standalone episode. But I kind of want to have this conversation on the podcast about the idea that the other person can be a great human being. They could be something that you genuinely like as a person.
Mm-hmm.
And that it is still okay to go, I cannot be in this relationship with you. It is okay to go, you are not capable of meeting the needs I have right now. And instead of diminishing myself and making myself smaller and making my needs less important to be with you, I'm going to let you go so I can go find the person who can be what I need. I think there's a lot of denying our needs because we think we're too much, instead of going, you're a great human being, but you're not my person. I'm going to go find my person. Have a good life. Go find your person.
X, once she gets wound up, there's no stopping her. So, just let her go. Get it out. and everything will be fine.
X, I feel like you've just described every podcast live stream ever that we've ever done. Ever. 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 X, that is so true. He's our deep thinker. But even I have to pull those thoughts out of him sometimes.
Sometimes you do, yes. Yeah.
And then his cancer self gets activated, and he's like, "Oh Jesus Christ!" Then I'm like, just want to smack him. I don't, but I want to. You know, V, I saw that in Reels. If I'm too much for you, go find less. And I agree with you. I agree with you. That's the energy I'd like to just take with me everywhere. I think the reality is that we find a person we like, and we want them to be enough for us, and we want to be enough for them. And when it works out well, and you can rise to an occasion to be better, to be the right person for somebody, that's great. But we should not be shrinking ourselves down to be the right person. That's the conversation I want to have, because I'm really fucking tired of seeing that. Stop diminishing yourself to fit with this person that you think, this is all I can get. This is it. I'm stuck with this person. It's like, no. So.
Take a breath now.
My throat hurts so bad, and I'm really tired, and my eyes don't want to stay open. Yeah, Silent.
Yeah.
I mean, here's the thing. He's all like still and quiet, and I know by his mood and his facial expressions when his cancer mode is activated. I don't do this with everybody. I do it where I'm comfortable. My Scorpio mouth, like, he's all quiet and still water's running deep and thinking like really shitty thoughts in his head to himself, and I'm over here mumbling them under my breath and saying them with my facial expressions. Oh God, thank you. Okay, it's exactly 11:30 our time.
Okay.
And you were kind enough to give me the 7 minutes.
Yeah.
I got like 3 more rants in.
I know.
And a podcast episode idea. So, V, do I know that information? Actually, I think I do know that information. We're going to go.
Yeah.
Thank y'all for being with us, celebrating International BDSM Day with us, celebrating 5,000 subscribers here on YouTube. Totally arbitrary, made up, rando goal. I don't know what the next goal will be. We'll figure it out, and we'll celebrate it then. Yeah, 6 hours of streaming. 5 hours? 5 hours. 5 hours.
5 hours.
What is math anymore? I think this might be my limit on how long I can stream for.
And if we do try to go longer, need our other chairs.
Yeah.
These are great for, an hour and a half, couple hours tops, but
Not for 5 hours.
no.
We're going to go. Thanks for joining us. We will be streaming on Wednesday, like we do. I don't remember what that topic will be, but I've got it written down somewhere, so we're doing better. And we'll talk to y'all soon. Later then. Yay.
Yeah.
We love you guys.
Thanks for hanging out with us.
And letting us eat chips in your ear.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to go.
Night.
Bye.